Good morning, Emma. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Emma?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Chair, we're ready to go. OMB is not here yet, though.
Right now.
Good to go.
All right, then. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here at our Health, Education, Human Service Committee. We will go ahead and just begin, even though we don't have OMB here present with us at the moment. But while we're in the process, hopefully they'll show up, and when we get to them, they'll provide their report. I know I do have committee members that have questions in regards to the Division of Health OMB report. So once we get to that portion, hopefully OMB will be here. So with that, I will go ahead and call the meeting to order here at 8:23 a.m. And we'll move on to the next item, which is roll call. Staff.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Budget Special Meeting, August 17, 2023 at 8 a.m. Honorable Helena Nesbegay. I'm here. Honorable Helena Nesbegay is present. Honorable Vince R. James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince R. James is present. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Present.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson is present. Honorable George Toth.
Here, ma'am.
Honorable George Toth is present. Honorable Curtis Unito.
Here.
Honorable Curtis Unito is present. Chair, you have 6 members present, constitutes a quorum, which includes yourself.
Okay, thank you, Jama-san, and thank you for that roll call. We do have Health, Education, Human Service Committee member here. So with that, moving on to the next item, which is invocation. Can I have a staff from Division of Health to invocation for us? Okay, go ahead.
If you would all join me in prayer this morning, appreciate it. Father, we thank you for the day that you've given us. We thank you for the opportunity again to help one another to understand the intricacies of what we do in helping our Navajo people through leadership, through our programs. Father, we just ask for your continued guidance. We seek the knowledge that you place on each and every one of us to do everything that we can in our specialized areas. Watch over us, protect us, keep us safe. Be with us today as we go through what drives our efforts, finding opportunities, planning. Help us to plan accordingly. Help us to be mindful of those who aren't here in the room with us, which is always going to be our impact community members. Those that we plan for, those that we're trying to help. Father, we lift this day up to you. We thank you for all that we have. We pray this in the name of your son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much for that beautiful invitation. Thank you. Other than many public things, the Ecuador, the natural ethnic NATO, the Moving on to item number 2, which is recognized guests and visiting officials. With that, I will start off with my colleague here, Honorable Don George Toth, and then we'll go ahead and go around the room. Please keep it brief, just a brief introduction, just your name, your title. If you want to say your plan, that's totally up to you. But just a real quick, brief introduction. So Ash, with you.
Yeah, my name is George Stowe from Eastern. I represent 8 chapters from Baca all the way up to Consulate. So, I need to give us a chinky on this number again, but I know Yado, okay, you know, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a good morning. Thanks for the prayer. My name is Curtis Yanito. I'm from Bluff, Utah. I represent Northern Agency, Mexican Water, PFAS Plus, Codacan, and Red Mesa. For the cheating, but just seen that's another. Yeah.
Yate, been a good morning. I'm Shay Jermaine Simons and Nietzsche. Ado Chishitin and she daughters of son of us chain to dash busy dash not daughters. I can't read a chain. Ado late the Jean, Ado Inasha, Ado Forest Lake, Black Mesa, Whipwell, Hard Rock, Pinion, a fish that's on the bunch. Ado Yate.
Yad Asia is Kahasi Hill, Shide Yabin Street, and Shadow 23 in Johnson, and Geneva Chain. Here, Honey, that's a Shado, Hanava, that's another. Ado partners, never but the Shahi in that she look up here, if the Kahoye, Jediko, a partners, never to get the Ado Kodo Health Education Human Service Committee of the 25th Now Foundation Council, a Kodo Adanje, Chair and Shako, Yate had been on.
Good morning, everyone. Yate Benet, Andy Nez, Dashijana, Ado, okay, Inch. What a teeny, but it's change catching HEHSC, another. Akudo at South on Narcos for it's in the yes, other educate, great at the base, but in Cassetta or partners the Megi Baki, the National at South, so it's all the Gen 20 bank and cheap. So I currently sit as a sitting delegate to the 25th Nomination Council on HEHSC, and I work with our communities, Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake.
Good morning. Yeah, it's been Shay Helena Nez Begay, although I'm from the Western Agency. I represent Broadway Gap, Copper Mine, Hichi, Kaipito, Fanalia. But it's even snow. It is a fun of China, I never should say, though, I should talk about the Shina, but that is Sanado, or my daughter, and my son, and she had.
Good morning. I'm Angelita Benally. I'm the legislative advisor for the Health Education and Human Services Committee, and I work for the Office of Legislative Services. I'm originally from Coyote County, and I take the opportunity. Thank you. Nice to hear, and thank you for your prayer this morning, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Thompson. I'm the legislative assistant with the Health Education Human Service Committee. I'm Kia Ani Nishno Betajan Bashichin to behind the Chichedo Kachini National.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Amy Thomas, and yes, it's a Kadido, or the Kachini, Kachini, and Chite, other also, I should know the Akada, Mado, Ball Nation should be a legislative analyst for the Department of Health that they've been.
Yate Bennett, Shimakani, and my colleagues. My name is Del Kachini Dashima. So if Kachini Dashajet, Zoe Dashachedo, my Beshkine Dashanara, Aranway Kabijinasta, Hodiere, Adegisinasha. Cove, Arizona, Dohody. That's where I'm originally from. Thank you.
Yeah, they've been a camera solution for the G in the short chatting Sunday Basha stream. Might get you Basha state for the originally from Chile.
And I just wanted to extend a welcome to all the delegates, the humble delegates to our behavioral health building this morning. It's a very beautiful building. I've been here once before. So if you have opportunity, either later today or throughout the week or later on this month, please take a tour of this building. So I'm really happy to have you here today. And I'm originally from Chile, like I mentioned, my father's family is from to the city area. I mentioned earlier that I'm just relocated. I've been home for almost 2 months now. And in this position as Department Health Director for almost 2 months as well. So again, welcome to our Division of Behavioral Health building.
Good morning, everybody. Ansel Lewis, Delegated Health Service Administrator. 22 here, Kisnowski, and I come from Charity Canyon as well. Good morning.
Back there.
Maybe you want to go ahead and
I'm Feline Herrera. I am the health program manager for the health education program. And my plans are HEHSC, known as HEHSC. My Ch's are German, my Nullies are Scots Irish, and we're from the Stewart family in Port Defiance. And so grateful to be here with you all. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'm next. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's first time being in this conference room, so I like that TV. Good morning again, and my name is Curtis Briscoe. I am the director of the Navajo Breast Cervical Cancer Prevention Program. I am Navajo and I am Choctaw. And my father's from Mississippi. My mother's from Wheatfields area, so I'm very familiar with a lot of land across tribal country. So good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Yate. Shay Ya Daryl Yazi, that's your name. Don't and Shlini, I mean, so I think that's just in the cheating, the Chanel Aro, for the conjure shade. That means it's great. Aro, leash me talk, please. Nindo, I see Aro not shut. The other Yahoo. Of course, Yate, he didn't know that you're not I would talk. Yeah. Oh. I also manage public health emergency preparedness program. Thank you.
Good morning, Nation of Ani Damas, Shay Ya, Jerry Road, that you didn't. But she insurance and I didn't was just team. You know, Ani, the state on that creative, you know, not kept everything they have. I'm a senior health educator for Crown Point Service Area Health Education Program. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is David Foley. I am currently the delegated senior epidemiologist for the Navajo Epidemiology Center, originally from California, the San Francisco Bay Area. But I've been here working for the Navajo Department of Health for the past 12 years.
Good morning, my name is Derek Carr. I'm the Senior Office Specialist for Navajo Public Health Nursing in Kansas. I plan to continue this on with the team, but including my life and that's not like the Sunday that you say, I don't know that's fine.
I didn't know something. Shay Ya, Solana Brown, and Shay. Although question in the industry, those for the team, for the team, that's what they do. I don't want to leave a such a care. I don't say the Navajo Public Health Nursing Program here in Seattle. I think it's a article it's about so I just because then she for just the nutrition Africa.
Yeah, and then, that is what Shay, he's been on the shared my education is really effective, that's just really good, even that's just a program, when I didn't work in my shop. Shay, I worked for the teacher outreach program in the senior council.
Yeah, Shay, here, Edison, and Shay, my education budgeting for the Auto Nationale. I I am currently the delegated department manager for the Navajo Community Health Representative and Outreach Bureau. Thank you. Dad Evan and Shay, Arabanali and Shay, the TV mission since the Kali Bashing, for the TV Bashing, dog for the Bashana, Honorable Dr. Andy Nesbitt. I am, hello, everybody. My name is Arabanali and I am the legislative district assistant for.
Well, thank you, for yeah, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which is item number 3, review and approving the agenda. With that, staff, can you read the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed agenda. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee 25th Navajo Council Budget Special Meeting, August 17th, 2023 at 8 a.m. Presiding Honorable R. James Chairperson, Honorable Jermaine Simons, Vice Chairperson. Place at the NDOE VMAS building as in person, and it's also via telecommunications in Rock Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1 call meeting to order, roll call, invitations to recognize guests and visiting officials. 3 review and adopt the agenda. 4 new business. A is legislation number 0180-23. An action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Sponsored is Delegate Dr. James, and I believe it's co-sponsored by Delegate Dr. Andy May. 5, close of business, a close of meeting, announcements and adjournment. And thereafter you have your list of the upcoming meeting dates. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for reading the agenda that is before us into record. Yeah, thank you. With that, committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Don Curtis Nito. Do I have a second? Second made by Honorable Helena Nesbitt. Kodo agenda so the question on Benigi. Do you have any corrections, deletions, or add-ons to the agenda? Or Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC, also our visitors, staff, Chair of Veterans and Library, not Veterans, Veterans Department had a new allocation of trust fund that came in. Was implemented in system. Do we need to bring that back and then include that in the veterans budget? Because not have trust funds that are young, only take that. Give that yesterday, so was it appropriate to bring that the budget back to this committee to give some correction?
Legislation over there. Legislation.
To read the one that we did last week. 0194.
0194. That's the legislation for veterans.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the veterans department will be informing us because after we approved the budget came in.
Somebody put on this message. That's me.
Contacting us to amend or have no idea how to deal with the check.
So that with that motioning parties, we have Honorable Curtis Unito and second by Honorable Helena Nesbitt. There is a request from our colleague, Honorable George Toll, to add on under new business ISB legislation number 0194-23. With that, are there any questions, Ms. Thompson?
Chair, yesterday, we completed we finalized, not finalized, we had the engrossment process on that particular resolution, and it is now at Office of Legislative Counsel.
Ms. Vinal?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the legislation number 0194 for the Veterans Affairs, the committee already took action on it. And it is in the form of a resolution at this time. And like Ms. Thompson indicated, it's in the engrossment process, it's being reviewed. And you can't recall it. You can't recall it. However, you can probably adjust the whatever supplemental appropriations that they did receive when it's a comprehensive budget, when it gets to either Navigator or at council. You can add it at that time. But right now, the legislation for Veterans Affairs under HEHSC is already final. And we can't recall it. And you have to do another legislation to rescind it.
So with that, any other questions pertaining to the legislation 0194-23? There is a request from our colleague, Honorable George Toll. So with that, that is correct. Not Honorable George Toll. We can address it at Navigator when the whole packet comes before us at that time. We can address it at council. Okay. So with that, we will not be adding on legislation 0194-23. We will take care of that action when it comes before us at WGSP on council. I'll make that adjustment. Okay, so with that, there is no add-on. There is no add-on of legislation 0194-23. Are there any other add-ons, corrections, deletions, questions pertaining to our agenda that was read into the record? Committee members, going once, going twice, we'll move on to roll call vote. Honorable George Holt.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Nito. Green. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Clemenson.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Nance.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nance-Begay.
Green.
With that, we do have 5 in favor and chair not voting. With that, we do have an adopted agenda before us. Item number 4, new business, which is legislation number 010-23. So with that, I'd like to give some time to staff to read that into record, and then from there we will move on to OMB to address their OMB report. So with that, Ms. Benali, if you can read legislation number 0180-23 into record.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed Standing Committee Resolution 25th Navigation Council first year 2023, introduced by Council Delegate Vincent James and co-sponsored by Council Delegate Dr. Andy Ness. Tracking number is 0180-23, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health and Related Matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. The legislation has been electronically read into record because the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the final authority on this legislation. To attach to the legislation are Exhibit B, which is the fund type budget balance, and it has the business number and business unit number and the program titles of the division or department listed. The FY 2023 general fund budget, there's a total of $14,888,576. The proposed general fund budget is $13,324,650. The indirect fund cost is $161,596 in total. Of all the columns, and it is $13,486,446. Thereafter, you have your exhibit B, which indicates that the chief grant proposed FY 2024 general fund budget is in the amount of $13,324,650. Exhibit C is the recommended changes for the general fund budget. There is none indicated. Exhibit B is the recommended condition of appropriation for legislative concerns, none that indicated. Exhibit B is the recommended condition of appropriation and legislative concerns. Okay, that's a continuation of the exhibit B that was we referred to. Exhibit E is a recommended unmet needs budget. It indicates a business unit number, the program title, and the amount of unmet needs requested. Also, there's an explanation of the recommended unmet needs to the FY 2024 general fund budget. The total amount that of the unmet needs that's being requested among four programs is $8,550,504. Thereafter, we have the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel to the sponsors. And the document has completed its 5-day public comment period, which began on August 2nd, 2023, and concluded on August 7th, 2023. No comments were received. Mr. Chair.
Here at Shimon for reading legislation 0180-23 into record. With that, committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Curtis Anito. Do I have a second, committee member? Committee members, second made by Honorable Helena Nesbegay. With that, we will go ahead and move on to the application OMB report, since we have a motion and a second in place now, and legislation number 0180-23 was read into the record. So with that, we do have staff and representatives from OMB. So with that, I will give you the floor, OMB.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Yeah, no, Chair and members of the Board of Finance and Finance Committee. We'll go ahead and read the, oh, I'm sorry, correct the board name, yes. Okay, the ones that don't know me, my name is Eileen, and I'm the new senior, one of the new senior budget analysts. For OMB. So this morning, I'm gonna go ahead and read the summary of the OMB budget. Division of Health budget that it includes the table of content. It will have A through G. It will cover the budget summary, third quarter budget expenditure report, third quarter procurement assessment report, third quarter plan of operations, and then condition of appropriation, legislative concern reports, external funds expenditure report, and single audit report. So tab A will have the budget summary report as of today. As of yesterday, so you went ahead and inserted the external portion. So this one right here, it has the program business name, and business unit numbers assigned, and then the FY 23 budget allocation for the whole department, and then the proposed FY 24 general funds budget. It totals $13,324,651. The FY 24 indirect cost, the total grand total is $161,598. And then the FY 24 matching funds, the $1,822,606. And then FY special revenue funds external, the grand total is $322,819,009. I think I misread that. Let me reread that one. $322,819,948. So the grand total is the $338,128,801 all combined.
Yeah.
And then the tab B is the third quarter budget status report. And this one, it outlines each of the program by business unit. Original budget was $14,148,719. The revised budget, $16,490,335.37. And then the actual encumbered, actual spent is $6,306,272.43. The encumbered as of today is as of 8/7 is $432,388.29. And then the budget available is $9,751,674.65. The percentage spent is 41%. And then my colleague will go over the next couple tabs.
Good morning, Chairperson, Vice Chair, members of the committee, legislative staff, and Department of Health employees. My name is Rhonda Johnson. I'm with OMB from the Management and Policy section. I will be covering tab C, which is your FY 2023 third quarter performance assessment report.
Yes, Honorable Toll.
And we have the correct copies and then.
That's if they're getting more copies. They're getting one for every little system. That's because.
I think at this point, the updated copies, we only have three of them,
Yeah.
which is the colored one. Miss Michelle Moore is making more copies. So all the committee members don't have the updated version with the colors.
Yeah.
Then I'm showing you.
This way.
So we are on tab B. We just got done with tab B.
Yeah. We got done with tab B, so we're down to C. Okay.
We are going to tab C now.
Under tab C is your FY 2023 third quarter performance assessment report. The next page is your 11 programs. The business units are listed, the names of the program, And the first quarter average for Department of Health is 3.04. Second quarter is 3.05. Third quarter is 2.20. And there's a scoring system that we use in a range of 0, which is 0 to 5. 0 is no report. 1 is unsatisfactory. 2 is needs improvement. 3 meets expectation. 4 exceeds expectation. 5 is outstanding. We do an assessment based on the program's performance goal and measurements that were developed by the Department of Health. You all know that as of third quarter, all of the programs, they come in the range of around 2 needs improvement, and there's some in the unsatisfactory category. However, for the 11 business unit, with the cumulative average, it comes up to 2.20. And there's a note at the bottom. These full copies of this report, they're updated and disseminated to the program each quarter, and it's given to them for a self-improvement evaluation to see where they're standing with their goals for the coming quarters. Under tab T, E is your FY 2023 third quarter plans of operation status report. And the next page is for the 11 business unit. The business units are listed, the department names, and then the right-hand side column is your the year it was adopted, and most of the plan of operations, they were done back in 2018. And the statutory references are right below. These reports are the same too, they're disseminated to the program. Under tab E is your FY 2023 condition of appropriation legislative concern for the Department of Health. Going on to the next page, there are 4 legislative concerns. Number 1 is for business unit 113001 and 812003. The due date for this legislative concern is third quarter. However, on a quarterly basis, we usually get responses from the programs but for this department, we didn't get any response at all, so therefore it's non-compliance. The LC number C is for business unit 113001, and this was due back in the second quarter. Again, we didn't get any response, therefore non-compliance. Under LC number 3, business unit 113001 and 113010, the due date was second quarter. Third quarter response, we didn't get any, therefore non-compliance again. For LC number 4, business unit 113001, it was due first quarter. We didn't get any response, and it is also non-compliance. Now there's a remaining quarter that's left, which is going to end at the end of September. So we would like to request to have the program respond to this by the end of the 4th quarter.
Okay, going on to tab F, they'll have the listing of external funds expenditure reports. This one, it lists all the index, the company number, contract ID, the start and end date, business unit assigned, description, name of the program. This is the original budget, revised budget, expenditures, open commitment, and available balance. So this whole page is for your review. But for the original budget, the whole total, it reads at the last page, it reads $467,145,945.02. And then the revised budget was $522,216,559.70. The expenditures spent was $227,112,355.15. The open commitment is $6,838,744.73. The available balance as of July 31st is $288,265,459.82. Percentage spent is 4 to 5%. Percentage balance is 55%. That completes the summary. Oh, the last, I didn't see this one, I didn't stay for it. The tab, G is it covers the single audit report, and there's 11 of them. That's gonna be for your review. And that's it, that's the last thing.
Thank you very much, for that information, OMB. Thank you for the report and for providing us an updated copy. So with that, committee members, are there any questions particularly to the OMB report? Honorable Dr. Inez?
Yes, thank you to the chair, members of the HES committee, I'm not sure if Kristen is going to be here when the Department of Health first came before HES earlier last week for their budget hearing. Well, actually, on Friday. I had prepared a legislative concern regarding page, these are not by page number. But when you look at the fiscal year 2023 legislative concern summary, Department of Health, we can see there that there was 4 legislative concerns. One with the due date of first quarter, so essentially that's 8 months ago. And then the rest are due dates of third quarter, and then 2 at second quarter. And in my discussion with Ms. Lowell, that we would work on a legislative concern where the Department of Health would address these concerns next month, but also the first 2 quarters as we go into fiscal year 2024. Although that may change, I think it's important for the body here to understand and receive an update on the concerns regarding the assigned department to health. And then my second question is, when you look at the budget expenditure report, you see, if I'm understanding this correctly, that there's still within the fiscal year of 23, 55% available balance. And that's 288 million. And I don't know if every 240 of the index codes here are for fiscal year 2023. I don't know how many are actually contracts or by year. But how I understand this is that if that 55% is not spent by next month, does that return back to its agents? And I understand Department of Health is primarily federal funding as well. And I always say this, that Navajo Nation is notorious for sending money back to state and federal agents. So I just wanted clarity of that, if I'm understanding that correctly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have our legal counsel, Ms. Lowe, on the line?
Chair, this is Kristen. I'm on the line.
Hear a response from her?
Chair, I am just sending an email out now to get an electronic copy of OMB's report, and then I can work with Dr. Nez on legislative concerns for NDOH. So we can do that electronically. I don't know if Dr. Nez filled out the legislative concern sheet, or if not, I can just work off of what's in OMB's report, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. We do have Dr. Nez. I will give some time back to Honorable Dr. Nez. I believe you guys already started this process. So I'll give some time to Honorable Dr. Nez to explain it again.
Thank you, Kristen. So the legislative concern document is still at the chambers, but I'm happy to do it through the email that you all sent. If I understand Ms. Lowell correctly too, she wants an electronic copy of this.
Michelle is the one who would scan it, and I'll send it to her as soon as she gives it to me.
Okay, so Kristen, just keep a lookout for your email within the next few minutes. They're going to scan the copy of the Department of Health's OMB's report. I was trying to find the title on this. So that'll be coming to you and we'll go from there. We can just correspond by email. Kristen, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lowe?
I'll do that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Committee members, are there any other questions in regards to OMB report? I do have some questions. Again, it is going to be going back to tab F. And in regards to the budget expenditure report. There are some of the fundings that had started back in 2014. And when you start looking through the fundings, we have a couple of them that 8% has only been spent, and the majority of that funding sitting there. And we're almost 10 years into the progress of when these TPR, I don't know what they are, but it says TPR came into effect. Can we have an update on what the status is on these contracts that were placed back in 2014? And why they're not being spent and why they're only 8% is spending? We do have one that has $1.8 million, and it just says 8% has been spent. And then we do have another one that indicates what was that? Is it 11,000? Wait, 8%, yeah, $6,270, and only 8% has been spended. The available balance is $124,585.07. So that is my first question in regards to that. And then as you start looking through the expenditure reports, there are some that have been sitting there that haven't even been spent, going back to start date of 2021. And so there's quite a bit of funds that are just sitting there under the year of 2021 as well. And then you also have some funds that are not spent as well, going back to 2019 as a start date. As of today, some of those funds have not been spent. And then as you move on to the listing, there are some that are in 2018 as well. Again, I do see one here that started January 1st, 2018, and 116,000 hasn't been spent as of today. And so what is the hookup in regards to spending some of these funding? You have some that started in 2017 in the same scenario. You do have some budgets there that started in 2016 that haven't been spent as well, that are sitting there. What is it that we need to do to assist the program to start utilizing these funding? How is it that the Health, Education, Human Service Committee can address the needs of the hookups of whatever the problem is in spending the funding? Where is the problem? What is the issue? If you can inform us of some of that information. And then moving on to my second question and comment is going to be in regards to tab C, your tab C, as you can see, the program performance assessment scores. Division of Health Executive Office in first quarter was at 3.4. Second quarter, you were at 3.4. Third quarter, you fell yourself to 2.6. And then the Office of the Uranium Workers Program, first quarter and second quarter, they were both at 3.0. But it went back down on the third quarter to 2.0. And then if you move on to Office of Environmental Health, first quarter it was 3.0, second quarter it was 3.6, and then third quarter it fell back down to 2.8. And then Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support Administration, first quarter you were at 3.2, second quarter you were at 3.6. This was a tremendous fall for third quarter, which was 1.8. And as Deltec for Chinle Agency, first quarter you were at 3.4, and second quarter, third quarter you fell to 2.6. Deltec's Fort Defiance Agency, first and second quarter 3.4, third quarter you fell to 2.6%. Deltec's Crown Point Agency, first quarter 3.2, second quarter 3.4, and then you fell to 2.6. Two by City Agency, Deltec's first quarter 3.4, second quarter the same, third quarter you fell to 2.6%. Shiprock Agency, first and second quarter was 3.4, and then third quarter you fell to 2.6 again. And then for Bodaway Gap OPHCFI, first quarter you were at 3.0, second quarter you were at 2.0, third quarter you fell to 1.0. Deltex and Kayenta, first, second, and third quarter has been at 1.0. And so if there is an answer, is there a reason why the programs have fell from exceeds expectations to needs improvement and even to unsatisfactory? How has that occurred over the quarters for the Department of Health and these programs? Would be my other questions. Other than that, I know that you do have a big budget sitting here under tab B. Under tab B, you have budget available in over $9 million. And the question that I have for you is, do you have to spend this whole $9 million by the end of September? So that's another question that I would like to raise in regards to the OMB report. So that will complete my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, committee members. Honorable George Toth.
Good morning again, Chair, members. I have the same concern looking at this whole package reported by OMB. Is it because of the leadership, or is it because we don't have accounting? We'd like to hear that from you, as director, and also people in that area. So it seems like there's a big problem with leadership according to this report from the OMB. The other one I'd like to know is yesterday we were talking about the president gave some money to the Deltex. I believe 21.5 million was shared. I don't know how he was. I wanted to know if that money came to this organization or department. If so, where is that fund at? The other question I have is GWA. GWA, yeah. Is it included in this package? Sure, it did not. It is so well. And we'd like to have that response from the director, also OMB going. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Chair and honorable members of the committee, and thank you again, OMB, for your report. I know that the concern comes also from other colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council that there's real the operations of Daltex is very concerning. And the services that are provided to our communities, especially way out there, rural communities. And I myself often question, what is the need for your agency Daltex and the employees you have there? When our community senior programs are made to operate without either a driver or a cook or, one other position. In addition, I see that under your summary of concerns, legislative concerns, that vehicles were supposed to be addressed. And in order for those drivers out there to really adequately provide services to our elders living in these remote communities, they really do need decent vehicles. And when I say decent, I'm not necessarily referring to a brand new vehicle. It really needs to be tailored to the environment and the actual road conditions of these communities. And so if it would, I don't know if your agency staff, your agency program supervisors, go out there and assess the situation, because I really think that needs to happen. My senior center there in Hard Rock has a van, and it's very low clearance. And this summer, before the rains came, there was a lot of sand. Some areas got really sandy, and they were like sand dunes and sand pits. And these vans could not get through those things. And so they were not able to, send the meals out into these homes. The same in winter conditions. And I also find myself educating my colleagues here that in my home in Zichijing region, between Pinon, Forest Lake, Black Mesa, Hard Rock, Whippoorwill, a large majority it's not paved. And we have a lot of highways that stop abruptly, and there's no one through continuous highway that goes and connects in any way. So, you'll be driving the highway and all of a sudden you hit dirt road, and then there's 13, 14 miles of dirt road. And so my location, whatever chapter I have to go to, I'm driving 13, 14, 15 miles of dirt road. And you can imagine that in winter and, monsoon conditions, that those things get really difficult. And so those are, my concerns. And I really, I did mention this in one of our HEHSC meetings, that I want some real attention to these areas. And I know it's not just my senior area. I've heard concerns from Delegate Helena Nesbegay, from Mr. Toll. And so, our senior programs and their employees buying their own supplies and food and, other things, and having to, take money out of their own pockets for those things. So somewhere there isn't, support being provided. And what I assume is that that's why you have agency program supervisors, so they can provide that support. And there's one community senior in Low Mountain that absolutely has no phone nor internet service available. None, absolutely none. But she's, the supervisor there, I believe she might be without a driver or one other support staff, but she's required to put these orders in. And so how come, and my question to her was, is the agency helping you? They know very well that you don't have phone service and internet service, but you're needed there to provide the service. Can they help you? They're sitting in Chinle with the phone service and the internet. Could they just help you, put the order in? Could somebody in Pinon, the next chapter over? That's what that teamwork, that collaboration, that communication, I'm just not seeing it. And that really, I think it really, it has an impact on the services we provide to the elders. And I really I really want some, some real effort in fixing those issues and these are issues that I'm very well aware of going as far back as probably 5, 6, 7 years, because I was pretty aware of our community senior program. And then so some of these funds that are just sitting there, I know that Ms. Kim Russell is new to the program and might be new to the nation. And do we have, what are, again, like Chair James says, what are the plans to get those things expended? What are the issues that you are coming across? And I think from my observation these past 6, 7 months, especially I think with Department of Health and Department of Social Services, there's all these external funds just sitting there and not being spent. And nobody is really, pinpointing what the issue is, whether it might be procurement or is it because of the expectation that there should be reporting done on it? I don't know what the real issue is, but then, then they say, well, there's no money. We need general funds. Well, general funds, because we could just use it. There's no, no other requirements from that. They're just general funds. So it's easy to try and ask for general funds, but there's grants and there's external funds sitting there that are directly for one thing or another, but we really have to learn how to spend those. And if there's reporting that needs to be done, then do the reporting. I'm also just not really seeing any evaluation for any of these programs. So that might be the problem, because anytime you have grant funds and external funds, certainly there's a requirement for you to report back on how you're spending and who are you serving, and is the service satisfactory? Are you really having an impact on people's lives? And is it really benefiting folks? So those are requirements I know from external funds. And then I'm not sure why there's that decline in the ratings. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was some change in division directors, and the new there was one, and then there's somebody that left, and then somebody else came. Miss Kim Russell came in. But I think in any job, the job is fairly redundant. Like, you're really kind of doing the same thing day in, day out. And if you have that down and you're doing it right, yeah, the change of the executive director might impact you a bit, but if you've been doing the job for years, and it's really the same thing day in, day out, it should be fairly consistent, is what I'm hearing. So then there should be, there might be minimal impact because the absence of a, executive director, whether you think they're good directors or not, or just really physically there's not an executive director. I don't really know how much that really impacts, how drastic your rating declines. So that's just my only other concern. So it's like, the only thing I can compare it to is if, as a mom, I train my kids to learn how to run the home. And in my absence, like right now this week, I have expectations that things are going well, that they're problem solving, that they're communicating, that they're collaborating, that they're coordinating their efforts, and that maybe there's issues, they compromise, and that I expect that it runs well, because the same thing day in, day out, so I that's the only thing I can compare it to. And so if that is the issue, how come things don't run that way? It's just my only other concern. The chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that. With that, moving on, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
Just very quickly as well, Chair, as you were mentioning, tab B under the budget status report. the 9.7 million. Your question was if that had to be expended by 2023 fiscal year, which in our case is like 3 weeks because you do have deadlines. And if that's the case, what is the projected carryover of general fund? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. With that, moving on, Honorable Helena Nez today.
Oh, yeah, it's been go ahead. For giving me the floor, Chair. That's what my gosh, Andy Nash just said about these carryovers. That's a lot of money. And me coming off the field of Deltex. We suffered a lot out there. And they still do. We have no HVACs out there. Our cooks are in the kitchen. It's really hot. Although during the winter, it's very cold. And we need this money out there for the HVACs. Although only based on we need to spend these out. You have all these senior centers that need HVACs. And we've been getting complaints. And we've just been trying to address these, but nothing's been done about it. Why is it so hard for you guys to work together? From OMB to Deltex to the whole department. I know work orders, you have to heat day then. One it's not rejecting on of you, rejecting on of you, and you've been on the why is it so hard to provide a training, a workshop? So these directors, employees can write out a good request. Because I've been out in the field and this been like this for years. Although we need money for our elders. We have elders that don't qualify under Altex. And this program takes care of that. If they don't qualify for Altex, we need to have that in care home service program again. We have people that needs employment out there that are willing to work. Hey, those elderlies that really need service, some of them are BIA and retired employees. They're on fixed income. So we need to get that service back on its feet and start rolling with that again. Because we had that at one time. And it really, our elders really benefit from that. And vehicles too, we need 4x4s. Believe me, I got stuck in that snow so many times and that mud, it's not fun. All the road conditions so hard to our elders, it's very muddy. This is what our elders suffer from. We had to get a grandpa out of a muddy, we couldn't go on the road because it was so muddy. So on Lego, we just took an alternate route to where we were just bumping everywhere just to get that grandpa from where he lives to the highway to the ambulance. This is the fact. This is what we go through out there for our elders. The same thing goes for Head Start too. On the other, when we request for things, it was so hot when our refrigerator or freezer went out in April. And we didn't even get that freezer until December. When our cook went to go shopping, we had to divide the food and take it home, put it into our own freezers. This is what we go through out there in the field. These the house and Ashon, they work together from OMB, Office of Controllers to the departments. Right here, there's no communications. It's not just a department. Do it for the people out there, not just for you guys up here. This is what I went through for 20 years. This is what I see my staff go through. Agency meeting, no, we complain about the same thing over and over, and it continues even after 20 years, it still continues. I'm speaking for those staff that are still over there going through what I struggle with them, what it still continues to this day. Be in Javado, be what you said, be what you said, and the house, and you know what you talked about. This summer, I stopped by one of the senior center, and the young lady in there was. She goes, it's so hot, you know how she and OEH, you know, we OEH, they have their policies not to open the doors if there's no screen doors. And their doors were wide open because it was so hot in there trying to cook. Those sealers in there. Those sealers are like 40 years, and when it gets hot, it seals, and sometimes it doesn't even get hot, and you have to wait till it gets hot for you to start sealing. This is what we're going through out there to provide home delivered to the elders that needs it. So the HEHSC, the employees out there, they're asking for your help. Although bathroom additions, bathroom renovations. Some of these elders, when they were younger, they got their home and they're not handicap accessible. So those are some of the things that we need to look at it and address too. So that's what my concern is, and you know, it's just looking at this budget right here. We need to use this money, we need it out there. What's our aim, have this, back to you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Curtis Unito.
Oh, yeah, thank you for your report. And I always had a question on a lot of concern that this issue that I received from the employees out there. I think there needs to be an evaluation. You know, because a lot of these employees, they know what's going on and what they are lacking out there. And so if you guys can, you know, have a survey of what they're lacking and so forth, that their, you know, that their needs service. I think you guys can come up with a really good result of what their needs are and where a lot of this expenditure needs to be expended. Because the way I see it, with your first exhibit P, you know, all your expenditure, everything is all under 50%. And that indicates that, you know, we can run two administration. You know, we can open another administration, and maybe that way we can expend all this, the other 50%. And we don't have to revert it back to the federal government. Not depend on the our general funds or our own Navajo Nation funds. And that's the way I see it, I'm really surprised, that we're not really doing our job expending this. Because I know that we all love to go shopping. That's a thing. And that's the way I see it, and there's a lack of communication in your executive E. Like first, second, third quarter. You guys haven't even received any kind of response from that. That tells you that. I don't know if this been still stalled by the pandemic. So I don't think there should be no excuse. And then in my chapter, we're lacking CHR. And there in your report in here that you guys still have some money available for that position and that operation. And so we've been asking for CHR because these CHRs are very important position because we need a report from the elders in our communities. That's how we evaluate what their needs are, even, road conditions and so forth. And, we'd like to see a lot of a progress report from there. So those are the issues that I'm really looking at. And then I really am sorry to see a lot of your reports on your expenditure, and a lot of them are like in the zeros. You guys haven't even spent anything. And I don't know if you guys need a consultant or a project manager that can oversee these things in those areas. Because I don't like to see a lot of our money going back to Washington. And that's the main concern. And now I can see why all those employees that we have out there, the concern are really here, because this is what I really was looking for. And I know that, some of you guys are experienced and new at this. And I know that you can justify, just like what you're doing right here. You guys provided really good food and prayers and so forth. And that's high hospitality. That's all it takes. And, just leave all your personal feelings or whatever it is outside the door. And, I think you guys can justify, hopefully, starting, today on. So that's the only thing I want to say. I don't the Yale Dutch work hard and work together and, think about the concern that's coming in. I'm new at this and I can really see the results right here off the first page of your expenditure report. That tells you a lot. And so I can see some good results and projection in the future. And that's what I like to see. And, with your, maybe next quarter, you come back to us and see what you guys come up with. That's what I'd like to see. A really good progress report. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Yanito. Other colleagues, does anybody have any other questions, comments, concerns? I think we have two people out of the room. Let me go ahead and turn it back over to you for any other responses. Questions. Oh, you have questions?
No, I think we all answered.
Okay, we all asked our questions. Okay, I think we're done with the questions at this point, and I'll go ahead and hand it back over to our presenters here for any response, however way you want to do it. That was a lot. That was a lot.
Oh, yeah. I guess a lot of the questions that you had raised, most of it should be probably respond, given a response by the programs department. And then we are at our office to work with staff how to compare our budgets and be on one page. So we've been working with Ansman Luce Jr. And he did tell us that he's new of compiling the whole budgets. He just used to do the Deltex budget, he said. But we are working together. And I have Andrea here from the contract section. They handle the external fund. So if you guys, I don't know if you have to give anything.
I can respond to some of the questions that you had. My name is Andrea Boyd. I'm a principal contract analyst with Contracts and Grants. I monitor the non-638 contracts with NDOH. And one of the questions that you had is, why is there a large amount of expenditures? Is it regarding leadership or is it accountant? Based on working with these grants and working with NDOH, it's both, not only the leadership and the accountant, but also the program managers. So anytime that we receive any grant or any documents from NDOH, when we issue the transmittal is the final document approving of what was submitted. On the transmittal, we do indicate any issues regarding any issues we had with the document. For example, the time that it was submitted, the grant was effective this date, but OMB did not receive it until this date. And we indicate the length of time after that date. So we do note the issues that we have and concerns that we have in the transmittal, and those transmittals are issued to the executive director and program manager. So when the program manager and leadership review those transmittals and see those issues, what they do with those issues to make improvement, that the program can respond on that. So we do work with the programs. With me, if there's any issues that I have, there are documents that I see that are disapproved, and there's some programs that kind of have the same trend. I'll reach out to the program or the accountant and advise them and provide them guidance. There are some programs do follow my guidance, and there are some that don't, which their documents come and continue to be insufficient. So I do reach out to the programs and work with them. As far as these, why are some of these grants, external funds still listed? The start date, some of them, depending on the terms and conditions listed on the award, some programs are allowed to extend the grant to expend the remaining balance. There is a document in the budget manual to extend the grant, and they have to get a document from the funding agency that gives them approval to expend. There's a part on there that we look at on that form. And for me, I ask the programs to provide an action plan. Okay, you're requesting to extend this grant. Provide an action plan. How are you planning to expend this fund by this date that the funding agency granted you? So some of them do provide it, and some of them do give you a hard time to provide that plan. So from there, it's up to the program manager to ensure that they expend those funds by that end date, according to what the action plan that they provided. But at times, the next year, you'll get another extension. So that's how we process the documents. And that's why some of these start dates, they're way back and they extend. Yeah, so they keep extending on these end dates with the funding agencies. So that's that part on the balances and the prolonging end dates that you see on this. So that's OMB's response regarding the external funds.
Did that complete your response?
Yes.
Okay, with that, Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, man. Sir, excuse me. Thank you for providing that information. I think, the system is broken for almost 2 years now because of leadership. And, I understand what you're telling us is that you try to inform the program manager, some respond, some don't. This always happens when there's no leadership in place. So have you ever approached any committee that you're having problem with this Deltex? I'd like to know. Because right now, the program, they only have 2 staff, the rest are here, you know. So I think the only way to fix this is get that leadership going in place. That's the only way. You can't work with that individual, you know, it's gonna be the same thing. This particular person in charge should have already had the program running, you know. And is it because the experience in this administration as an administrator? So that's where it's at now. Is the administrator so, you know, to himself or to herself, that don't want to talk, don't want to learn, don't want to ask? That's the reason why you're in this situation. That's the way I look at it. Because who do you return? Who do you confront with all these problems? Of course, you're going to have to be your leader. If your leader can help you to guide and have these personnel get on the ball, then you wouldn't be running into these problems. I think that's what it's at. So today's this program from going shouldn't be, it shouldn't go down. It should at least stay somewhere going up. So to me, we need a good leadership to be in that program. Right now, that's what's going on with this nation. All the vision directors, all the department I've seen, but system. They want to work. You're always on travel, yeah. So very sorry for our program because I support this program because of our seniors. They come to us while we're lacking funds in food, transportation, and the staff is not there, and you hear this every day. So where are all these complaints, you know? Parties never lose fault, yeah. Because we try to change OOC, their policy to have that funds approval, PO approved right away. That's where the problem also too. So to me, you need a good leader to be in there, to push all this and come back up. So later on, I'd like to have the floor back to make some condition of appropriation that we've been working on it today before we leave. So this needs to stop and start hiring people. There's people out there want to work with good credentials. Put them in there. You can evaluate these people 90 days. They can't work, get another one. So the reason why I'm talking about the aging is I'm going to get the Council on Aging president. Same issue, same here. is directives about the former HEHSC committee, chair, before them, that's like them. Here is the problem. Again, the fund that was given to you, I don't know where it's at, $21.5 million was given to Deltex. I asked the staff over there to give me a breakdown where this money went. Is it for the pay increase, or is it for the food, for the senior? I haven't seen that. So issue is out. So thank you, John. Oh, those your margin. This needs a good leader to get back on track. Okay, thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Honorable Don Toll. In regards to my question to tab B. Budget available, you have $9,751,674.65. Does that have to be spent by September 2023? You did not answer that question. Next one is in regards to tab C. Your program performance assessment scores. You did not answer that question as well. What happened from exceeds and meets expectation, and now we are at the needs improvement, even dropping to unsatisfactory. If I can get an answer on that, those two were my questions. Any other follow-ups, committee members? If there is not any, then I'll go ahead and give the floor back over to you to respond.
Okay, on tab B, the remaining balance of the $9,751,674.65. Yes, they do have to expend that balance by the end of September 30, 2023. And then for the tab C, Rhonda will respond to your question on that.
Good morning again. In response to your question for tab C on performance. Like I said before, these performance measurements and the goals are developed by the program with the given budget every year. And they indicate 5 performances, like what they're going to do with the money, how they're going to spend it. So they state that in the performance criteria. And then on a quarterly basis, they turn the reports to us and we do evaluation based on the first quarter only for those 5 measurements. The second quarter, when we get it, it's cumulative. It's the combination of first quarter and second quarter to see what their average is according to the scale. When it comes to third quarter, it's all 3 quarters cumulative. And then when we get the final score down here, we just add up everything to see what the overall is. So the programs themselves would be the one to give you the answers on those, because we just do evaluation based on the performance goals. Well, I like to bring up to the committees and the programs that you guys raise a lot of performance issue just by the topic that you have given to us today. Like you see a lot of that you would like to see a lot of improvements out there, like tangible services. You might want to have the programs turn that into the performance measure. That might help the program improve all these services. That would be OMB's recommendation. For now, I am not sure what they have as their performance goals for the upcoming 24 budget. I'm only representing one of my coworkers. Her name is Ansita. She had to go to BNF, so I'm sitting here for her. But that would be my recommendation if you guys like to see good outcome for the Department of Health to turn their your concerns into their performance measures. When that happens, if they do make modification to the current budget for the FY 2024, we like to get these back to OMB so we can review them and put it back into the system because it's going to be going to BNF also, and then on to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee members, are there any other questions, comments pertaining to the OMB report? Chair, Honorable George Toll.
Chair, my concern is that some ministerial funds going back. How much did you say?
So some of these funds will remain there until they fully expend, depending on the terms and condition. Some of them will re-award them.
But it has to be request from the program manager, right?
The funding agency has to give the approval to extend, to approve, to extend the
So do
end
you
date.
have some in progress right now?
Funds are not really awarded back. They kind of continue.
Chair, I'm very concerned in that, why the money is just going back in. How can we help the department? I hate to see that money going back. When we go to Washington, we always say we need more money, and here we have a lot of money that's going back. It's kind of embarrassing. So, how can we help this department to at least ask for an extension, or does that have to be the department will work on it? Because we hate to lose them in this one. I'm sure they should have justification how they're going to utilize that money. So they do, yeah. At least we're helping. If not, give what we're doing. There, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Don Toll, for that. That is a very good point. I think the only way we can, as Health Education Human Service Committee, can address and assist the division and the department is to schedule a work session just pertaining to external funding. And then go find out what are the terms and conditions of the external funds. And the work plans, how are the details formatted on how the funding should be spent. I think that would be the only way. It's going to probably take a couple of days to have an understanding of Division of Health is external funding. So I leave it up to you as a committee on when you are available to have that work session with Division of Health. And this looks like it's a great conference room here, so maybe we can just have our work sessions here with Division of Health and try to analyze and figure out where is it that we need to assist and how we need to drive a plan in place on these funding to be expended. It is correct that when we do go on the Capitol Hill in DC, that we are always approached with that when we try to advocate for funding, no matter if it's housing infrastructure funding, no matter if it's any other external funds that we're asking for, we are always told that we gave you this much money, but you return this much funding back to us. And it goes all the way around, even with NHA. We can sit there on Capitol Hill and say, we know we are in this condition with housing, but they'll come back and say, hey, you know, NHA gave funding this amount of money back to the federal government. So why should we give you more money? And so those are some of the things that we encounter when we go on the Capitol Hill. But I think the only way this will really work out is if we do a work session and figure out regarding only external funds, because you do have quite a bit of external fund contracts that are in place from 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. And so those are some older contracts that have been encumbered and that have been in place. And so they have a big amount, some of them have big amounts of funding sitting there. And so we need to have that understanding of how that works, correspondence with your general funds of the Navajo Nation. Because right now, when we look at your general funds of the Navajo Nation, when Honorable Helena Nesbegay brought up the HVAC system for Chinle Deltex, you have, I think it was 10 centers for repairs and maintenance at $347. That's just for repair and maintenance for one center. And so that's a big concerning on how that funding from general funds corresponds with your external funds. How do they coincide? How can they work together to utilize some of those fundings? And it varies for each of the agency, and it's very bothersome to see the detailed budget form force regarding the Deltex general funding. And so I think that would help us figure out and understand where these external fundings can assist. At the same time, when you do review the listing of the positions from the Department of Personnel Management form, again, there is quite a bit of vacancies on that listing as well, and it varies again for each of the departments. Some departments only have one personnel is what I saw in here. And this binder, just thoroughly quickly looking through it. And they're asking for a big chunk of general funds for just that particular department with only one employee. And so those are some of the questions eventually we'll get to in the binder. But in the meantime, if there is no other questions regarding OMB's budget report, Honorable Dr. Angie Nance.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, if I understand your response, that none of the funds generally just go back, that they're just being requested, right?
So
And if that's the case with this work session, given that it's scheduled, would OMB be able to produce a report of how many times the Division of Health requested funds to be, I'm not sure the correct term here, but basically, the extension. Because if you, like, some of these are like at 100%, and these are when I was in college, and now I'm in this position and they're still not being spent. So it's just kind of interesting. I think that would be a good point of discussion to see how many times the extension was requested and getting to the root of that extension of why. And they, as the body here, as the legislative body, Chair is always pointing out how we can be of assistance to provide our guidance or advisement to each of our divisions, not just the Department of Health, but on behalf of our now. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Thank you again, Chair. Just my other comment, and I want to add to what my brother here, Vince James, mentioned about going and advocating at a federal level. And also just know that when we get to that, when we're in DC, we're over there, especially during like Tribal Interior Budget Council or any of those, where we basically all the tribes are coming together, all the tribes throughout the US. And there's the big tribes and the small tribes. They're the federally recognized tribes. There's the non-federal recognized tribes. And at that point, we're all in competition. And at that point, we're all, saying that we should get more, And they're small tribes. They're not federally recognized. They don't have a big land base like we do. So and it doesn't help us when, for example, NHA reverted that 70 million back. that they just will use that. Other tribes will use that against us, and they'll just apply it all the way across the board. They don't care that it was this one program. It's just like they will use that against you for everything else. And so it's just really, we really have to put up a good fight when we're there, and it's helpful. I really think that we need to find a way I haven't seen up to this point where we really go there and we are armed with data. We are armed with numbers to say, this is the amount of people we're serving. This is what we're providing, and this is how it impacts our communities. And these programs are absolutely important because this is how it is making our communities a little bit healthier and a little bit more, safe, or whatever, whatever impact it is we're giving. And so I think certainly we need to do better at that. And so think about that as program managers and supervisors, that is the information that we need to be armed with and share at the DC level, so we can be better advocates. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Finale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I believe that OMB have indicated that there were I think emails sent, to some of the program managers on how they're contracting them to regarding external funds. Perhaps if OMB would CC HEHSC and the legislative staff on those, and then that way maybe that's something we could follow up with, because it doesn't seem like there's any repercussions or enforceability tools that OMB might have on these programs that default, so to speak, or don't even reply to you and don't follow up. And I think that maybe that's where the committee might be able to help, OMB and enforce, what they're trying to work on these external funds, so it doesn't get so bad to this point. Also, possibly a limit of the extensions that programs can request, instead of it having just being a common ongoing request. And then they just keep putting it off, pretty soon they can't catch up. The other, also, Mr. Chair, members of the HEHSC committee, if Johnson could give me the language on the suggestion that she made on Form 2, and that, language that would be succinct in the measuring the quantified, whatever the program needs to do so that it can be measurable, quantified language that would measure the quantifiable measurements. I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Just that language, I think that's what we could need, and maybe that's something that the committee could recommend, maybe as part of a legislative concern, to include that in their Form 2, so it would be easier to measure and would be keep everybody on track. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. OMB.
Chairperson and the committee members, Ms. Delegate Begay raised some good issues and concern for the services with the Delta agency. As you look at your budget finder that's before you as a committee, I quickly look at Chinle Agency, Delta, Crown Point, and then another one to the city. Their program goals are basically the same across the board. So it's an opportunity at this point for the committee to develop that law and put some good service-oriented performances in there. Especially with Delegate Begay, she's coming from the field, so that was a very good input.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other response, DOH?
I want to bring up something on the external fund. Every time we get an award, whatever the award amount is, the program submits a budget, just exactly what they submit for general funds. And in this budget, it indicates the budget period, the start and the end date. And within this budget, the program states that this is how we plan to expend all this funds by this end date. So the programs do have a budget. You know, that's their plan to how they expend it. But why the programs don't, that's a question of why they don't expend it by the end date. So I just want to bring that up on that.
Okay. Thank you very much. In regards to the external funds, so if we can share some dates with each other, see when we can have that meeting regarding this external funding. And at that external funding, if we could all have it in a binder of all of the budgets for the external funding or the terms and conditions in that binder, that would be very helpful to determine how we should move forward with a lot of these external funding. And we'll figure out what the problem is. Where is the problem at? Is it here at the Division of Health? Is it at OOC? Is it at OMB? Is it at DPM? Where is the problem of us not spending this funding? Is it at the local level? I think that would all determine that whole process, because at this point in time, we did catch that earlier, indicating on budget form 2. I think we just, like Honorable Vice Chair had indicated earlier, that this is just a routine for us. And when it comes to budget and these budget forms, it's a lot of copy and paste from the previous, but comes to budget form 2. It's just a lot of those switching out information. So it's just a regular routine deal thing. But what is it? How is it that we can help? And I think that would be very important piece to have is all of those copies, and then from there try to figure out how we can justify and make some amendments to budget form 2 to have you make those accomplishments improvement under your goals. And so Ede, Ahoto, Nana, committee members, I will leave it up to you if you will move forward with the legislative concern after we receive the language that needs to be in place here, which was requested by Ms. Benali. Once you forward that language to us regarding budget form 2, I think once you forward that up, I will leave that up to the committee on how they would like to move forward with the legislative concern. And next one is, I really don't know how you're going to spend this $9.7 million within the next 3 weeks or so, because you have deadlines that are coming up, and to do your closeout report, it's usually the last 2 weeks of September. So you have about only 3 weeks left to try and spend $9.7 million as the Division of Health. And that's going to be a very interesting piece on how that will happen. But again, committee members, if there's no other additional questions or comments, there is 2 pieces to all of this to retrieve the language for budget 2 to do a legislative concern. And then also second one is to identify some dates to have that meeting regarding external funding with copies of each of the contracts that have been in place. So those are the 2. Did I forget any committee members? Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Ms. Lowe's language regarding the legislative concern related to their OMB's report on their 1 through 4 concern.
Okay. Okay, so as we have the legislation before us, legislation 0180-23. Once we receive the 2 information, one is the budget form 2 language, and then the request that was made earlier to Ms. Lowe. Once we retrieve those information, we can always come back to it because we're still on legislation number 0180-23. In the meantime, while we are waiting for those 2 language and documents, we can move forward to the division director to give us the budget that is before us to present their binder. And then we can always come back to OMB. report.
Chairperson and committee members, on your request for the budget form 2, we could give that LC to Kristen Law, because usually she's the one that makes those legislative concerns.
That'd be perfectly
Yeah.
fine too. And then CC Ms. Benali as well.
Chair, this is Kristen, if I may.
Once we get those two language back, we can come back to the OMB report to do the legislative consent portion. Bia, committee members? Okay, so with that, if there's no other questions regarding the OMB report at this time, so we'll go.
Chair,
ahead
this
and-
is Kristen. Can I
Which
speak?
is the binder, and we will give some time to the convention director.
Okay.
It don't stop when it's saying. Don't know, it's like.
Yeah, sometimes we. Don't even listen to it. You like.
Okay, so with that, legislation 0180 was read into the record. We did have a motion by Honorable Curtis Unito and second by Honorable Helena Nez Gay. We did receive the information from OMB. We received that report. Now we will move forward to the Executive Branch Division Director, Ms. Russell, to inform us of each of the departments' budget. And we do have the hard copy binders before us. And so with that, Ms. Russell, I believe you heard quite a bit of questions that were in regards to some budgets that are within your binder. And so when I give you the time, the only thing that you're going to be reading for each tab is your business unit number, your position title, your funding source, which is part 3, and then your budget summary of this A and B, and then your part 4 of positions and vehicles. And then you will go ahead and move on to the next tab and do the exact same thing. Your business unit, your program title, your part 3 funding source, your part 2 funding sources, part 3 budget summary, and part 4 positions and vehicles. Committee members, we do have the detailed budget forms before us. We do have budget form 2 in the binders of each one. We do also have the sample BIM booklet, form 3, which is from BPM, as budget form 3 attached. I know there's a section in here, eventually we'll get to, that doesn't have that budget form 3 in there. FYI, you can start getting those forms for us, because eventually we'll ask for it. And it does have budget form 4 for each of the departments, each of the business unit numbers. So we can review those, and after that, we can call for questions and comments after the completions of reading each tab and their budgets into record. So with that, are there any questions, committee members? If there is no question, I will go ahead and give the floor over to Ms. Russell to read the budget into the record.
Thank you, Honorable Chair James. I have a quick question in regards to part 3 budget summary. Do you also want me to read A, B, and C?
You will read A, B, and C, your
Okay.
original budget and then your proposed budget, and then what are the differences? You will read those three.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Kim Russell, Department of Health Executive Director, and I'll be starting with tab 1 of our general fund request, business unit number 113001, titled Navajo Department of Health Executive. Our funding sources being general funds in the amount of $413,064, and then our IDC allocation in the amount of $161,596 for a total of $574,000 $660.15. Moving on to the budget summary, personnel expenses, approved original budget, $267,278. Our proposed budget, $252,340, for a difference of $14,948.04, less. Travel expenses, original budget, $3,510, proposed budget, $25,240, with an increase of $21,740. Meeting expenses, zero for original budget, your proposed budget zero, and a difference of zero. Supplies, original budget $76,776, proposed budget $67,701, and a difference of $9,075.38 less. Lease and rental, $22,100, proposed budget $10,000, and an increase of $7,900. Communications and utilities, $6,221, original budget, proposed budget $16,200, with a difference of $9,979 more. Repairs and maintenance, zero for approved budget, original budget, zero for proposed budget, and zero difference or total. For contractual services, the original budget was $108,000, $108,015, and then proposed budget is zero, for a difference less of $108,015. Special transactions, original budget $32,640, proposed budget being $41,594, with a difference of $8,953.57 more. For public assistance, original budget zero, proposed budget zero, with a difference of $0. Capital outlay, original budget was $0, proposed budget zero, and a difference of $0. Same for matching funds and indirect costs, all at zero for all columns A, B, and C. The total of the original budget being $496,540. Our proposed budget total being $413,064, and a difference less of $83,475.85. Positions and vehicles, this would cover 2 positions in the original budget and 2 positions in proposed budget. There are $0 budgeted in original and proposed budget. Moving on to tab 2. Business Unit 113003, the Navajo Uranium Workers Program. General fund is $359,766 total. Personal expenses, original budget $334,138. Proposed budget $670, with the difference negative of $21,468. Travel expenses, $7,532, and the original budget with a proposed budget of $15,865, for a positive difference of $8,333. Meeting expenses, original budget was zero, proposed budget is zero, with a difference of $0. Original budget for supplies is $24,051, and a proposed budget of $17,800, with a lesser difference of $6,243. Lease and rental, original budget zero, proposed budget zero, difference zero. Communications and utilities, original budget $7,112, proposed budget $5,000, difference, negative difference of $2,112. Repairs and maintenance, original budget $6,645, proposed budget $3,000, with a negative difference of $3,645. Contractual services $1,000 in original budget, proposed budget is zero, with a negative difference of $1,000. Special transactions, original budget was $4,903, and the proposed budget is $5,423, for a difference of $520 more. Public assistance, original budget zero, proposed budget zero, difference zero. The same for capital outlay, matching funds, and indirect costs were all zero for original, proposed, and the difference total. The original budget for the entire budget summary is $385,381. Proposed budget $359,766, with a difference of $25,615 less. Total position budgeted originally was 6, and proposed this year 6. There are no vehicles budgeted for the original budget or proposed budget. Moving on to tab 3, which is unit number 113005. for the Navajo Environmental Health and Protection Program. General funds is in the amount of $39,974. Personnel expenses, our original budget was $40,190, and our proposed budget being $31,218 for a difference less of $8,972. Travel expenses, $1,723 with a proposed budget of $4,101 and a difference of $2,377, 54 cents more. Meeting expenses, original budget 0, proposed budget 0, and the difference was 0. Supplies, $6,603 for original budget, proposed budget $4,440, with a difference of $2,163 less. Lease and rental, if I can skip to special transaction. Original budget $251, our proposed budget $215, with a less the cost of $36. For lease and rental, communications, utilities, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, public assistance, capital outlay, matching funds, and indirect costs, they were all 0 for the original budget, proposed budget, and a difference total of 0. The overall original budget for this program was $48,767. The proposed budget is $39,974, which is a difference of $8,793.36 less. The positions budgeted for this program is only 1 position and 0 vehicles. Moving on to tab number 4 for business unit 113010, which is an Alcohol Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support, and this is at the administrative level. The Navajo General Funds budget is $493,012. Personnel expenses, original budget was $342,921. Proposed budget is $351,334 for an increase of $8,413. Travel expenses, $11,878. The proposed budget, $15,353. Difference is $3,475 more. Meeting expenses, $3,140. Proposed budget, $4,028, and an increased difference of $888. Supplies, $69,730 in the original budget. Proposed budget, $84,927. Difference of $15,187 more. Chair, if I may skip to the other items that don't have zeros. Repairs and maintenance, original budget $71,000. Proposed budget 0, so a negative difference of $71,000. Special transactions, $15,140 for original budget. Proposed budget $37,370. Difference of $22,230 positive difference. Going back to line items that have 0 within them, lease and rental, communications and utilities, contractual services, public assistance, capital outlay, matching funds, and indirect costs, all have 0s for the original budget, all have 0s for the proposed budget, with the difference in total of 0. The total original budget was $513,809. Proposed budget is $493,012 for a negative difference of $20,796.96. This budget would cover 6 positions. Our covered 6 positions in the original budget, and we're proposing to add 2 more for a total of 8. Total of vehicles budgeted, original budget was 1, proposed budget is 1. Now moving on to our adult text agency budgets. The first one, business unit number 113011, and that's the Chinle Agency. General funds is $2,258,105. Personnel expenses, original budget $2,152,762,000. Proposed budget $2,073,162 for a negative difference of $79,600. Travel expenses $144,465 for the original budget and proposed budget of 0, which is a difference of $144,465 less. Meeting expenses $3,140 for original budget. Proposed budget $3,260 for a positive difference of $120. Supplies $232,620. Proposed budget $118,658 for a negative difference of $113,962. Chair, if I could move to the line items that only have figures in it and skip the zeros.
That's fine.
Okay, communications and utilities, original budget $133,050, proposed budget $9,948 for a negative difference of $123,102.33. Moving on down to special transactions, original budget $18,246, proposed budget $23,077 for a positive difference of $44,831.31. Moving back to the expenses with zero would include lease and rental, repairs and maintenance. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one, Chair. Let me just do the zeros. Lease and rental, contractual services, public assistance, capital outlay, and matching funds and direct costs. They all had an original budget of $0, a proposed budget of $0, and a difference of $0. I will go back to the repairs and maintenance. I overlooked that line item there, but the original budget was $0, and this year the proposed budget is $30,000. So the difference is a positive difference of $30,000. The total original budget for the Chile Daltex agency budget was $2,684,283. The proposed budget is $2,258,105, which is a negative difference of $426,178.02. This budget, the original budget covered 47 positions. The proposed budget will remain the same for 47 positions. Total vehicles budgeted original was 16, and then of course, moving forward, the proposed budget will remain at the same 16 for the vehicles. Moving on to our next Daltex agency with business unit number 113012, which is the Daltex Fort Defiance agency. The general funds request is $2,350,769. Personnel expenses $2,247,952. Original budget $2,160,674. Proposed budget for a negative difference of $87,278.49. And Chair, if I could skip all the zeroed out line items and come back to them. Thank you. Travel expense of $27,248. Original budget, proposed budget $0, difference $27,248 negative. Meeting expenses, original budget was $0. Proposed budget $1,950 with a positive difference of $1,950. Supplies, original budget $84,805. Proposed budget $110,694 for a positive difference of $25,889. Lease and rental, $0 original budget, proposed budget $1,526, and a positive difference of $1,526. Communications utilities, original budget $7,791. Proposed budget $1,882 for a negative difference of $5,908.76. Repairs and maintenance, original budget $0, proposed budget $44,198 with a positive difference of $44,198. And then moving on to special transactions. Original budget $32,933, proposed budget $29,845 for a negative difference of $3,088. I'm moving back to contractual services, public assistance, capital outlay, matching funds, and indirect costs. They all were original budget of $0, zero proposed budget, and a difference of $0. The total budget for the Daltex Fort Defiance agency came in at $2,400,000, $729 original budget. Proposed budget is $2,350,769, which is a decrease of $49,959.85. The total positions budgeted originally was, the original budget was 51. Proposed budget is 51, remains the same. Total number of vehicles budgeted originally was 24, and proposed budget is 27 for an increase in 3 vehicles. Moving on to tab 7 in your budget packets. Focusing on our next Daltex agency with business unit number of 113013, and this is the Crown Point agency. General fund request in the amount of $2,966,000, $66,840. Again, Chair, with your permission to skip the zeros.
That is fine.
Personnel expenses, $2,878,533 original budget, proposed budget, $2,772,546. With a difference, negative difference of $105,986.77. Travel expenses, $7,070, original budget, proposed budget 0, with a negative difference of $7,070. Meeting expenses, $3,140, original budget, proposed budget $3,260, with a positive difference of $120. Supplies, $35,980 of the original budget, proposed budget $2,758, with a negative difference of $33,220.09. Skipping that line, but going on to communications and utilities. Original budget was 0, proposed budget $13,323 for a positive difference of $13,322.96. Moving on to contractual services, original budget was 0, proposed budget $144,080, and a positive difference of $144,080. Special transactions, $19,306 for original budget. Proposed budget $30,872, with a positive difference of $11,566.46. And then going back to lease and rental, repairs and maintenance, public assistance, a capital outlay, matching funds, and indirect costs. They all had an original budget request of $0, proposed budget request of $100, with a difference of 0. The total budget for the Daltix Complaint Agency is $2,944,029. The proposed budget is $2,966,040 for a positive difference of $22,810.55. The original budget had 64 positions budgeted. This year proposed is 64, no change. Total number of vehicles in the original budget was 26, and the proposed budget is 27, which includes one additional vehicle. And shares. Yep. Moving on to our another Daltix agency with business unit number 113014. To the Daltix to the city. General funds $2,299,912. General funds personal expenses. Again, Chair, with your permission, skip the zeros line items.
That is fine.
Personal expenses. Original budget $197,152. Proposed budget $2,110,164 for a negative difference of $86,988. Travel expenses, original budget $187,008, and a proposed budget of 0, which is a negative difference of $187,008. Meeting expenses, $3,140 of proposed original budget. Proposed budget $3,260 for a positive difference of $120. Supplies $33,460. Original budget, proposed budget $104,259 with a positive difference of $70,799. I'll be skipping that line item there. Going on to communications and utilities. Original budget $28,245. Proposed budget $63,092 with a positive difference of $34,847. Moving on to special transactions. Original budget $19,403. Proposed budget $19,138 with a negative difference of $265. Going back to the items that are 0, which would include lease and rental, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, public assistance, capital outlay, matching funds, and direct costs. All had an original budget of $0, proposed budget 0, and a difference of 0. The total original budget request for the to the city Daltix was $2,468,408. Proposed budget is $2,299,912 for a negative difference of $168,496. Original budget budgeted for 47 positions. The proposed budget continues to propose 47 positions to be covered. Original budget was for 19 vehicles to be covered, and the proposed budget is for 19 as well. No change. in either of those areas. Moving on to tab 9 here. And this is our business unit 113015, our dog text agency Shiprock. And general funds, $2,049,936. Again, with your permission, Chair, to skip the zeros and come back.
That's fine.
Personnel expenses, $1,942,606. Proposed budget, $1,861,891 for a negative difference of $80,725. Travel expenses, $112,217 of proposed budget, original budget, proposed budget, $4,764 with a negative difference of $107,453. Meeting expenses, $3,140, proposed budget, $3,260 for a positive difference of $120. Supplies, original budget 0, proposed budget $101,770 for a positive difference of $101,770. Moving on to communications and utilities. Original budget was $38,962, proposed budget is 0 for a negative difference of $38,962. Repairs and maintenance, 0 original budget, $55,500 for proposed budget with a positive difference of $55,500. Moving on to special transactions, original budget was $17,799, proposed budget $22,751 with a positive difference of $4,952. Moving back to lease and rental. Contractual services, public assistance, capital outlay, matching funds, and indirect costs. All had original budget of 0, proposed budget 0, and then difference of 0. The total budget for the Daltex Shiprock program is $2,114,754. Proposed budget $2,049,936 for a negative difference of $64,817.77. The original budget had budgeted for 43 positions. The proposed budget will remain the same at 43. Original budget budgeted for 20 vehicles, and the proposed budget will be 20 and then 8. We are going to be on our last one here. And this is for business unit 113018, Office of Planning, Healthcare Facility Development, Broadway, yeah. General funds is $93,273. Again, with your permission, Chair, to come back to the 0 ones after.
Yes.
Personnel expenses, $83,493, proposed original budget. Proposed budget, $80,443 for a negative difference of $3,050.08. Travel expenses, original budget $3,000, proposed budget $2,844 for a negative difference of $156. Meeting expenses $1,860. Proposed budget $1,671 for a negative difference of $189. Supplies $8,670. Original budget, proposed budget $5,325. A negative difference of $3,345. Special transactions. Original budget $2,977, proposed budget $2,990 for a positive difference of $12.82. Going back to lease and rental, communications, utilities, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, public assistance, capital outlay, and matching funds and indirect costs. The original budget, all of the original budgets were 0, proposed budget 0, and the difference was 0. The total request, or the total original budget for the Office of Planning Healthcare Facility Development Broadway gap was $100,000. The proposed budget is $93,273 for a negative difference of $6,727.45. The position budgeted original budget was 1. The proposed budget is 1, no change, and there was no vehicles budgeted in the original budget or the proposed budget. And Chair, that concludes my report of our budget requests for general funds.
And then the rest are all budgets.
All its time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Russell, for reading that into the record. Now I open the floor over to committee members in regards to questions. Honorable George Hope.
Thank you. Chair members, program members. Concern I have, I know the vacancy out we fulfill the missions. The aging, advertising these positions. People out there want jobs, but coming out. Most of these programs don't fix. There's a lot of vacancy. What has the agent done? What is their plan to fulfill this position? Was it the salary? Or is it people not interested? For this, the question I have, the other question I have is your administration. You have acting one time. Appreciate all and the other one is under one year of fighting. And you have 103,000 for contractual service. And then also you have a special transaction. Can you explain to me? Those, why those budget in what are you contract? Within navigation. Through chief salary, non-scholar navigation certainly. Check.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Chair, Department of Health, Ms. Russell, for presenting your budget. I have a series of questions. On the first one, business unit number 113001. You proposed a budget for 2 personnel. However, there is only one listed, and that is for the division director. I'm not sure what the other position is. Also on that same business unit, you do have under audit code 3310, light for commercial, 15 trims. I'm just kind of curious on what, if that's a provision or if that's something that I don't know, just kind of explains 15 trips using commercial air. And then the next question I have is on business unit 113003, Navajo Uranium Workers Program. I noticed they don't receive funds externally, but if that's something that the Department of Health is working so that they obtain additional funding, because I think at a national scale, uranium does come up a lot, and I think the Navajo Nation and our land here has been affected by that. So I was just kind of curious what the plans are as far as uranium funding coming from external entities. And then the next question that I have is regarding business unit 113010, Navajo Nation Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support Administration. So currently, all the positions but one are occupied. So we do have 3, 6, 7 vacancies. So can you just explain how the Navajo Nation Division of Aging Long Care Support Administration is operating with just one staff in there and fulfilling the responsibilities that OMB also reported? Then my next question is going to go through the agencies. Within Fort Defiance Agency, which we do have Senior Center, we also have Fort Defiance Senior Center and Crystal Senior Center. Red Lake Chicote, and there's no Senior Center at this time. But Crystal is very supportive of our Red Lake constituents, elderly there. So you have a proposed budget of increasing the number of vehicles by 3. And I was curious where those 3 vehicles were for what the senior centers are looking to maintain the extra vehicles. And then overall, just regarding all of the agencies. I know not all of them are operating. To my understanding, with Woodbury Finance Agency, there's 18 senior centers, but only 10 are operating. So your funding matches what senior centers currently exist. So I'm just kind of, what are the projections of other facilities that are not operating to become operating? How does that budget, the current proposed budget being requested, reflect those that are not operating as far as senior centers for each agency? And then there's also a number of vehicles that supersedes the number of senior centers. For example, for the finance agency, there's 18 senior centers, but 27 vehicles is in the proposed budget. But if you're looking at 10 that are operating, that means there are 17 vehicles. And so perhaps there are some senior centers that have 2, but it's just trying to understand that map there. And then my last question is the Human Research Review Board. I don't know where they fit in, if it's an external. I did look at epidemiology, but it's not in there as well. And I'm just trying to figure out where does our Human Research and Review Board come into play, in Mr. Whiting, if he's still with the OH, where his position comes in. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance. With that, committee members. I have quite a bit of questions too.
Honorable,
Yeah.
Chair James, may I answer the questions before I lose them? And then, yeah, I think delegate Nez had a few questions before I lose them. Is that okay?
We will go ahead and just proceed. I usually do it in that format.
Okay.
And just go down the listing, and then from there we go back to the video.
Try to keep my notes together.
But in this case, if you're making that request to us, I haven't received a request like that from a division. I will go ahead and honor that. That way it is answered, and hopefully you'll answer both of my committee members' questions. So with that, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair James. Chair James, Honorable Delegate. So for your question, let me see if I have it. Your first question was vacancy rates. So yes, we are very aware of the high vacancy rates. I think we have some vacancy rates with some of our positions, like our cooks and our drivers. First of all, we recognize that those positions are not even at minimum wage. So how we work with our partner division of PPM, I'm open to working on that. So I don't know if that's a deterrent for people to even consider our positions, because I've heard many times that we lose really good people to Indian Health Service or other programs, Gallup, other border towns, because that same position will at least pay minimum wage. So those are just a few things that I recognize. Also, we do have postings. Again, I don't know if that's because the wage, the salary is a deterrent, but we're not getting any applications. We're not able to recruit anything. I think that's across all of our programs. The salary scale is just not competitive. So I wanted to answer that. And then the other one was I want to also speak to the Health Services Administrative position, which is the division director for the Daltex program. Mr. Lewis has been serving in this capacity for how many months?
15 months.
15 months delegate. And so I did see a request come across my desk to at least pay him at the wage that the division director should be. He's been working in this capacity now. What is your title before?
Program project specialist.
A program project specialist for 15 months. So, and that gap in pay is quite significant for Mr. Lewis. So I do want to say a little bit. So we appreciate, Mr. Lewis staying with us, when I think he could really easily go somewhere else to do this work. So thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your commitment to the program. This position is being grieved. So it's in the grievance process. I did talk with our attorneys as to how to get it fixed, how to get that grievance done with. So we talked about it, and I'm reaching out to the individual that filed the grievance, but then it got extended again. So I think that also hinders our adult program to have that leadership in place, because we can't hire for that division director until that grievance is settled. So I wanted to also mention that in terms of our vacancy rates, and we are working towards trying to hire. It's just that we have these other barriers that we're trying to get around, and it is going to require collaboration with like our attorneys and also with DPM to make some of these positions more attractive to individuals, and then just to get that grievance out so we have really stable leadership for the adult program. I really want to have that done. I know this, I wanted to also mention really quickly in terms of vacancy, because we talked about the overall agency. I have 3 positions for division directors. One is being grieved. One is Dr. Brenzer, who's building the island. The third one, we can't get her on because it's been going back and forth with the OLC. We extended the offer to hire her, but we can't bring her on yet. So in terms of my leadership for the agency, I'm lacking really 2, because right now Mr. Anglin is delegated, and then my division director for public health, we have not brought her on. We extended an offer, we have not brought her on. I think that offer was extended before I came on board, so I've been here for almost 7 weeks. So we keep communicating to her. We're working through it. Please stay with us until we can get it solved. So in regards to just my 3 division directors, I really only have 1 full-time division director, which is Division of Behavioral Health and Mental Health Services. So it just speaks to really our overall department not having the positions filled, even in those leadership positions. And then also what kind of hinders the overall department of development and growth moving forward is we don't have an accountant. I don't know why we didn't have an accountant prior to me coming here, but we don't have an accountant. So I think there's a lot of questions moving forward in terms of personnel for all of these programs. So what I have asked one of my colleagues here, and even his position is still not official yet. We recommended his grade increase to be another health services administrator, to be an executive type of administrator, and his is still pending. So again, another example of staff doing work beyond their pay, and I'm really happy that they're doing this for us. But Mr. Del Yazzie is going to be our health services administrator executive, and I asked him to just deliberately just focus on personnel issues. So we've sat down a few times and we're trying to learn more about all the different program needs in terms of personnel need. And here are just a few areas that I've identified early on is a lack for training. There's just a need for training across all of our personnel, especially those personnel that supervise other individuals. Really how to deal with grievances, how to deal with employees, in uncomfortable positions. I think if any of us have been a supervisor, sometimes that's a difficult thing to do. So training, just overall training. Another one, just how do you spend your money down? Right? Sometimes you do need to provide training for that. So that's one area. Grievances. I'm aware of at least 3 grievances throughout the whole department, and those grievances really impede our progress. I'm willing to confront those grievances, but sometimes they get extended. So I'm really trying to get those grievances completed. The other one is evaluation. It was mentioned earlier about maybe asking the staff, what are we lacking? So that's something that Mr. Yazzie is going to be working on as well, because in the short time I've been here, I really was witness to a lot of our staff who are really committed to their programs, who are really committed to our people, despite not being paid at the level of work that they're doing, despite so many different things, right? Despite the different barriers that we have with growing our programs, they're very committed to us. I'm so grateful to be amongst these people, to work with them side by side. Another one that Mr. Yazzie will be working is just really hiring staff. I mentioned we don't have an accountant. We don't have our division director of public health in place. We don't have our contract analyst. And of course, the Daltex director position being grieved. We just need to get rid of those. Just really hiring staff and working with all of our programs for our our staff needs in terms of vacancy rates, because I'm pretty certain our vacancy rates are really high for all programs. And then, I've been apprised that there are staff who have been in delegated positions for years. Years. So these are some of the things that I've been apprised of in the short time I'm here, that Mr. Yazzie is just gonna concentrate on. Probably, I'm gonna say about 50% down, because it's a huge charge to work on. It's just personnel issues. So, Delegate Toth, your first question regarding staffing, it's not just Daltex, it's the whole department. I recognize that really early on. And however we can put a dent in some of those issues, we're gonna be working on it, and Mr. Yadi is gonna be working on that, probably about 50% of his time. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. Your second question, my Delegate Toth. Okay, Delegate Toth, your second question was around but business unit 113001, Department of Health Executive. Our budget and the specific line items for contractual services, there is a significant difference of $108,015. So I'd be concerned about that as well. I was apprised that money was COVID money. So we don't have that anymore. So you'll see that big dip there. And I think that might have answered your question. Was there another question? And then I think you had a question about the other item, the 7,000 series. Yeah, the increase for special transactions, right, which was an increase of $8,953, which is really similar to contractual services for the 7,000. Let's see, we're just really, and I think I might have. Okay, what we did there is we increased training for staff, because they need training, whether it's learning how to spend our money, whether it's learning how to be a supervisor, because a lot of these individuals are just delegating because someone leaves, and so they're delegating to positions that they probably really are not ready to be in. I think Delegate Ms. Begay is doing this. I recognize that, so we can inflate that budget there so we can train them right when we have to delegate them, because I recognize we lose staff. And so, but we need someone to serve as that leader in that position, so we delegate them. So Delegate Toth, I hope that answers your questions that you posed to me. And then Honorable Chair James, going on to questions raised by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. The first question was regarding business unit 113001, which is of course the Department of Health Executive. And it mentions the positions being two, and that is correct. There is a position that's not listed here, which is a senior program specialist. So I do what that is not correct. It was two that we had requested to be here. So that is an error. Yeah, so we probably need to work with DPM to add that back, because in the original last year's budget, it was there. We didn't change it very much, and it's not showing up here. They'll take. We need to get this done today. And Honorable Delegate, yes, your other question was about the high vacancies in the Daltex administrative business unit, which is 113010. And what's being reflected here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7 vacancies and just one there. I'm going to go ahead, and I think some of what I mentioned before resonates. So I'm going to hand this question over to Mr. Angelos, who oversees this administrative business unit.
Chair, if I may address the committee? Yes. In regards to Delegate Dr. Nez's question regarding personnel, is there 7 vacancies and there's more personnel? I do have another senior program project specialist His name is Lee Gay, but he's on a different funding, but he's still within Deltex, if that makes sense. He pays from a different, but again, I do have an ombudsman on staff right now. I have offered a caregiver resource specialist. We're just waiting on people from DPM to get that cleared up. Senior accountant, again, they're really hard to fulfill, as you probably noticed. Associated contract analysis, at this point, I'm trying to make it more clear where it's a company doing, New Mexico construction projects as well as Arizona with the same funds and stuff as well. So I'm trying to structure that JV to make it part of the structure. He can work on both ways, because right now, according to the PCQ, he's only obligated, he or she's only obligated to work on the municipal project. The senior planner is just a brand new position that came in within the year. I believe that we're going to have an in-house transfer as well. That's. And then the senior office specialist. Right now, I am trying to get that reclassified to a ASO. That person will take more responsibility at the administration level where they can help the health service administrators with doing personnel, finance, whatever is needed. And that's where I'm gearing that ASO to.
Honorable delegate, and then this doesn't really reflect some of the work that we're doing, so thank you for asking that question of us. Really trying to show these positions, and of course, you've been, pretty successful in doing so. We just need to get over a couple more barriers to get people in place. The other thing I want Mr. Lewis to speak to, which might give you a little bit more insight to the Deltex program, because it has a lot of questions on Deltex, is that we have mixed funding streams. We have Title III, which was for Arizona and New Mexico, and then we have capital outlay from New Mexico. And I'll allow us to speak a little bit to that, those other funding streams that we have.
Well, Ms. Russell was saying that we see Title III funding, which of course covers all of Navajo Nation, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah. New Mexico House Bill 2, which is House Bill or state money from the state of New Mexico, which only can cover senior center within New Mexico, obviously.
Right.
And then we get the general funds. And then we did submit a application for Title VI funding. But again, those are going to only go to a handful of senior centers throughout Navajo Nation. Again, I'm in the plan of trying to just do 2 per agency, because there'll be 100% Title VI, where they're not going to be on Title III. And again, this is where that training Ms. Russell was talking about, that we need to train our staff to identify where we're going to charge each external funding per se. Again, there's 3 different funding, and again, senior centers supervisors are going to try to identify or try to charge 3 different funding. So again, that's where that training is going to come in.
So honorable delegate Nez, again, complex funding streams, which we were able to use. We just need to make sure that the supervisors can use it well. And then just know that sometimes some of the agencies are gonna have more money than others, especially the New Mexico senior centers, because they have an additional funding source. So also just wanted to point that out. It's a mix of funding sources. And
in regards to fortifying vehicles, as you saw, there was an increase of 3 vehicles budgeted. There was actually 4 that we purchased through the Mexico Capital Levy Fund, and those are going to Community Canyon, Twin Lakes, Rock Springs, and Flatchy. So those were the funding and awarded for those. I actually am going to have a meeting with my staff, because eventually that number is going to decrease, because with some of those, as mentioned earlier, those vehicles are, breaking down. They're not, they exceeded their miles. I mean, they're not worth what their value is per se. I mean, they're probably at 150 to 200,000 miles. And again, the road construction is beating vehicles up. So again, that number is going to increase eventually, but that's where those 4 vehicles are going. And in regards to closures, the reason why majority of those 8 senior centers are closed, because there's no staff. Again, it goes back to what Ms. Russell said about salary. I mean, we're reaching out to 3 PM, everything we're doing, trying to reach out even at the chapter level, but again, the salary, I mean, again, once they see that salary, it might be fair against them. So again, it's the reason why, but 8 of them are closed because of staff.
Again, honorable delegate, as in addition to the vehicles, I know honorable delegate, the gate mentioned this, I think some of the challenges we have with our vehicles is, what type of vehicle to buy. I'm from Chinle and probably about 3 years ago, they finally paved the road of maybe 15 miles from Chinle to Nestle, and my mom said ever since I was a little girl, they kept saying they're gonna pave this road, so we understand that. But we're in the challenge of, do we buy a vehicle that is, that elders can step into easily, but then they're gonna be low clearance, right? Or do we buy vehicles that are high clearance that can go through mud, maybe even 4x4, but then your elders can't necessarily get into them. So we kind of have to weigh what makes most sense for each area, and because we have to do that, there is going to be difficulty for some of our seniors to be serviced by those vehicles, really because we may not be able to get into them safely. So again, that, I know we're all very familiar with our road conditions, but that's kind of a decision we have to make at the agency level. What vehicle makes most sense for the people in that area, unless we have enough vehicles that are low clearance, high clearance, we're in that challenge. Also wanted to mention some insight that I got from Mr. Lewis in terms of vehicles and how we try to select vehicles for the needs of each agency, each community. And those, there are things I think I answered the questions they'll get ones.
Okay, thank you very much for that response. And so I do have quite a bit of questions, and I'm just gonna go down the tabs that has been submitted to us. And some of them was covered by Honorable Dr. Andy Nance. And so in your tab 1, if it is only budgeted for 2 employees for that business unit number 113001. It's only for 2 staff. And you are budgeting $413,000. That is for only 2 staff for that particular budget. There is other amounts that go into play. And my questions are in regards to supplies for $67,000 for only 2 staff for that business unit number. And when you look at the other Deltec centers, some of them have like 15, 20 centers, and they're not even budgeting at that amount. And then they have like 40 staff, 50 staff. And so my concern is why is there a big amount of budget for only 2 staff? Well, yet some of this funding, some of this general funding can be utilized on HVAC of the concerns that were brought up earlier. And as I go through each tab, I will explain where I see that some of this funding for the only 2 staff that is budgeted at $413,000 can be made. And if we can't come to an agreement, maybe when it comes to Navigia, I should make an amendment to decrease the funding in business unit number 113001. Because it only specifies 2 employees. And so I will leave that up to you at your discretion on if you're going to utilize some of these other fundings for the other Deltec programs in the agency. But I just don't see why you have $450,000 budgeted for only 2 staff. And then as I move on to tab 2, under the uranium workers program. And in that tab 2, you have again your total amount budgeted of 6 employees. And so in there for your 6 employees, There's 6 employees and they're only budgeted at 359,000. Compared to the last tab that I just went over. And that is 6 employees. And so there, as you can see in my difference of where I'm analyzing these dollars. And so under uranium workers program, you have 359,000. And then if you minus the amount that has been budgeted for now for Department of Health and Executive for 413,000 for only 2 employees, that is a big concern. And so if somehow that can be corrected and fixed, working for actually the general funds is needed. I believe that would be an understanding way of utilizing the general fund account. And then under tab 4, there is under your tab 4. Again, you do have a 39,000. That's your proposed budget, and your travel expense. For now for environmental health and protection programs. And under your travel expense, again, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance sort of brought this up. Again, you only have 1 position in this particular business unit. And then you have 15 nights of travel identified. And so is there a breakdown of why it's 15 nights? Is it done by quarters? How does this all play out? When it comes down to it, again, this is only a one person in this particular business unit number, and they're saying that they're going to be staying 15 nights on travel somewhere. But yet, when you look at the other programs that have more employees with high numbers of employees, there's a big difference there again. And as we move on to tab 5, again, for the Navajo Nation Division of Aging Long-Term Care Support Administration, those positions, and I really want to key in on this. You have 7 positions. Out of those 7 positions, you have 5 positions that are only houred at 528 hours. And as an overall, if the employee was at full time, yes, we know it's 2088 hours. So when you start looking at this budget again, you have these positions that you have 5 positions that are budgeted at 588 hours. And when you start looking at the budget forms in regards to this again, so I look at it as that in reality, you probably only have about 4 positions if we were to go full times. If we were to actually look at the 5 out of the 528 hours, you would only have about 4 or 5 employees. Again, that's corresponding to the $493,000 that is in place. And so in regards to your budget form 4, under your personal travel, why do we have 7,805 for personal travel? When in reality, you only have 1 position, which is the program and project specialist, which is budgeted at 528 hours, when that's the only positions that is filled. The rest of the positions are vacant. So why do we have a high number of travel in the amount of 7,000 $805. When you only have one employee that is budgeted at 588 hours. And all the rest are all vacant again. Again, for your air, your commercial, you have 600 round trips times 5 flights, which is 3,000. Again, you only have a position that's filled with a person that's for 588 hours. All the other positions are vacant. Why do we have 3,000 budgeted there? And then when you go on to the next page, you have 1,500 under supplies. You have 1,500 times 4 quarters, and that equals $6,000. Again, my question is why, when you have 6 positions that are vacant, 1 position that is filled and only occupied for 580 hours, you're budgeting $6,000. And then if you move on to the operating supplies, when you add up all of those items, it equals $24,240. Why are we budgeting $24,240 for 1 position that's occupied for 588 hours and the rest of the positions are vacant? And so it all goes back to planning. And then if you go on to the next item regarding the special transaction, again, you have these promotional items, public relations, outreach, gifts and awards, catering, refreshment. When this position is only filled by 1 person at 588 hours, and you're budgeting $28,000 when you add up all of that, when we have 5 vacant positions. I would understand if I would meet you halfway if some of this funding is towards the actual stipend for the representatives on aging at the local level, but it's not broken down. But from here, if you look at this detailed budget, it's only detailed for those positions that are indicated under this business unit number. So those are my questions for tab 5. And then as I move on to tab 6, your tab 6 in there, you have 47 staff, and there's no indication of your listing of budget form 3 for this particular tab, not in my binder, unless somebody has it in their binder. Are we missing budget form 3 and for Chinle Agency? Do you have those? Yeah, mine don't have it. So that was my question in regards to that. For Chinle Agency. Yeah, I don't have that one. And so, okay, thank you. So with that, moving on, and then moving on. You do have, the way I understand this is you do have 15 senior centers under Chinle Agency. And so when I look at the communication and utilities, you only have 14 senior centers budgeted. Is there a reason why we're not budgeting 1 senior center? But as overall, you have that 15 centers. And then when I go to repair and maintenance, under there, you only have 14 centers listed for repair and maintenance. And as your overall, I'm looking at it as that you only have 15 centers in Chinle Agency. And then for your HVAC, you have 11 senior centers. And so I'm assuming that 4 centers are in good standing with HVAC in Chinle Agency. Now, my big question is, what are you going to cover with $357.14 per center that is on your detail? Can you tell me what you guys are paying $357.14 for repairs. And then also your furniture and equipment and supplies, what is it that you guys are paying at that $357.14 per center? And I'll have more questions once I see your listing of what you guys are paying for at $357 per center. And so that was very interesting to see as well. Another one, I guess, on budget form 5, the new position that has been created, the senior center supervisor, is on this one, right? On this budget form 3 that you guys just gave me?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
So, no. So, again, you have budget form 5 here with the new position that is being created as senior center supervisor, but I have it cross-referenced to the document that has been given to me. So with that, I don't know if that would include, if that is part of the 47 position budgeted on budget form 1. So that was my other question, pertaining to Chinle Agency as the last one. And then moving on to tab 7, for Fort Defiance Agency. For Fort Defiance Agency, the Deltex. On your budget form 4. Now, I understand the way that the form is before us, I understand that you only have 18 centers within Fort Defiance Agency. And so you have 500 times 4 quarters under supplies. So I'm understanding this portion that $500 is being shared for supplies by 18 centers. So we have 18 centers and they're sharing $500 worth of supplies. And so what is it that you guys are purchasing for $500 as supplies to cover the whole 18 centers in Fort Defiance Agency? On to the next budget form 4 of 7 and 9. In there you have the 10 vehicles. And so there's 10 vehicles for 18 centers. And so are these centers sharing vehicles? And so if they are sharing vehicles, then how are we providing that necessary service to our elders? But then when you look at budget form 1 again, you've indicated that you have 27 vehicles. So on budget form 1, you have 27 vehicles, but over here on your detailed budget form, you only indicated 10 vehicles. And so that's another question that I have. Moving on to communication and utilities, you have $58.82 times 3 senior centers. But my understanding is you have 18 senior centers within Fort Defiance Agency. Why are we only covering 3 senior centers with long distance? So this is telling me and showing me that if I have, let's say that Ganado is equipped with long distance service. So you're telling me that if I have a senior center in Steamboat or Jedito, they will have to drive all the way to Ganado to do a long distance phone call. That's the way I'm understanding this $58 times 3 centers within Fort Defiance Agency. Or if we have a senior center in Tohatchee, then you have the other maybe nearby senior centers coming to Tohatchee to make a long distance phone call. And so what happens, why are we not budgeting the whole 18 senior centers with long distance services? And then the next one is the internet. It is $58 $1,000,082 times 17 senior centers. And so what you're telling me is that we only have one center out there that's not equipped with internet. And so with these two line items, is that the actual over amount in 1 year, $58? And so the way I see it here on the form, it's you're making it look like your bill for long distance and internet service is only $58 for the whole year. And so those are some big questions that I have pertaining to our elders. And if you flip the page again onto page 8 of 9, again, you have supplies for repairs and maintenance. You have 10 senior centers at $1,309. So what happened to the 18 senior centers that we've had? And so this is for building and supplies again. And each center, they're only receiving $1,309. And so it is very concerning to see that there's only 10 senior center out of the 18 centers within Fort Defiance agency that's getting that service. For your external contractors, your waste disposal, you've indicated 3 senior centers out of the 18 centers. You only 3 of them have waste disposal. So now the way I understand this is again similar to the internet or the long distance call, excuse me. So the way I understand this is that if Ganado has been identified, all the other senior centers around Ganado has to come to Ganado to dump their waste disposal in Ganado, because you only have 3 centers listed here. Is there a reason why we don't have the 18 centers budgeted? And so that, again, if you moving on to the special transaction, you have 27 vehicles there. Again, you're paying the auto liability, the damage, and all of that stuff for 27 vehicles. But when you go back to the budget that I explained on page 7, you only have 10 vehicles, but here you're budgeting for 27 vehicles. And so I am trying to figure out how the whole concept of Fort Defiance agency is set up regarding senior centers. And the way I see it is explains the reason why I get similar questions, comments from staff, from senior centers, where these senior centers are operating. And the next one is tab 7, which is your Deltex Crown Point agency. And so with that Crown Point agency, again, I see that Crown Point agency has 20 centers under your budget form 4 as page 8 of 9. And so for your office supplies, you only have 11 senior centers budgeted at $250. And so what happened to your 20 centers? But then down below for your communication and the utilities, you have your basic, your long distance, and your internet that are for 20 senior centers. Besides the internet, you only have 10 that is covered. You go to the utilities, the electric, the natural electric, you only have 5 senior centers budgeted, and then your natural gas only budgeted for 2 senior centers, and then 5 that's only budgeted for propane. But again, that doesn't equal out to 20 senior centers again. And again, you have on the budget form 1 for Crown Point, for budget form 1, you have 27 vehicles. You do have 27 vehicles listed,
Okay.
but then under
How many
on page 9 of 9, you only have 10 vehicles listed for insurance premium. What happened to the other 17 vehicles that you have on page budget form 1, which is the first page, 27 vehicles. And then moving on to 2 by city, which is tab 8, 2 by city agency Deltec. Hearing the concerns of my colleague, Honorable Kalina Nez Begay. I think this explains it because this past budget year, you guys had no money identified for repairs and maintenance. And then right now, you, in their proposed budget, you don't have money allocated for repairs and maintenance again for 2 by city agency. But we do see that you did have your increase in supplies, but I'm assuming that's part of the food that is being purchased there. But again, there's no repairs and maintenance, and this is where I'm asking back to the beginning of my comments is why are we budgeting $413,000 for only a position that's only filled with 2? When out there at the local level, 2 by city agency needs some funding for repairs and maintenance. That's where you could use some of that funding as well. Instead of utilizing $413,000 for only 2 positions. Again, these are some of the concerns that I have in regards to 2 by city. It is general funds. It is general funds and we have the funds sitting there. And I think you guys can make some of those adjustments and make some of those requests. So some of this funding can be utilized in 2 by city. 2 by city is budget form 4. I don't know who created that, but that's an outstanding budget form 4. Because it sure does include all of the 14 centers that I see that there is 14 centers within 2 by city. And all the internets, the communication, utilities, the supplies, all of that covers the 14 centers. So whoever did the budget form 4 for 2 by city, job well done. So I only got that. Wait. No, I did get to ship route. For ship route agency. Again, for ship route agency, under your budget form 4, I see that it covers for 15 centers. But again, you only have 10 vehicles listed. But then on your form budget 1, you have indicated 20 vehicles. But here on your parts and supplies, you only have it for the 10 vehicles. Ako ego na addiction regarding our senior center out there. And this is a very interesting portion for me. I've always heard different kinds of unique stories of concerns and issue coming from staff, community members, especially our elderlies. And I'm starting to understand the reason why. And the budget is before us. And I think a lot of this will correspond with your external budgets, which I haven't gone to it as well at the end. But I appreciate the external budget forms that you guys attached here. That is very helpful, which will eventually create more questions for me for the work session that we're supposed to schedule. So I appreciate that, and I will continue to advocate for our elders. And at one point, I even was frustrated when I first became a council delegate on how we gathered all our now poor elderlies at Sky City Casino. I went to attend their event and I was bothersome by that. And like I indicated, I don't know what you guys are doing over here at another tribe. What happened to our Twin Arrows? What happened to our local resources? Why are you guys sitting over here at Sky City? I mean, it was great to see a lot of our elderlies there. But that function just did not fall in place for me when we actually have facilities here on the Navajo Nation. And that was a big concern that I had brought up to gaming as well. I explained that to gaming, that I do not want to see that again. That the service should be immediately a priority for our seniors. If they want to have some sort of function at Twin Arrows, our seniors should be, our elderly should be a priority to go in there and take over those conference rooms. And again, for our veterans, we shouldn't have these at our neighboring tribal facilities. And so I just want to reemphasize that again. I know we do have staff here and that is a big concern. I know it probably has to deal with the procurement process and all of that stuff and then the scheduling and so forth. But if we learn and to pre-plan, then it's a whole different outcome instead of trying to do it the last minute. So again, thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you guys that were involved in preparing the budget. And thank you for providing the service that as much as you can. I know it's only 8 hours in one day. And sometimes we all go beyond and above our actual duties as we provide those services for our Navajo families and children throughout the Navajo Nation. So thank you. So with that, I'll move on to Vice Chair. She does have some question as well. And then after that, we'll move on to Honorable George Pope.
Well, thank you, Ms. Russell, and for sitting here as well as Mr. Lewis and the gentleman here. On your program performance measures, so it was stated that these are things that you indicate for yourselves as a program and how you're going to evaluate your performance, how you're going to measure your performance. And so I'm wondering, like, the first one's really important: evaluate customer service and provide relevant work sessions to minimize complaints. And so I'm wondering how that information is collected, and if we were to ask for such a report for each agency, is that report readily available, as well as, you know, with the rest of your performance measures. But you know, as a freshman delegate also, and really, you know, I'm not, and again, you know, I also have never worked for the nation. I have no experience with any of this, but in you know, the nonprofit world and in other private sector, anytime that anybody creates a budget, there's also just a 1 or 2 page budget justification sheet. And that's just a real brief 2, 3, 4 liner about how, you know, why you need the money, how it'll be used. And so I think if those things were attached, and I don't know if this process, it's always just been done this way, but it just leaves you to just so many questions. And when you, you know, might just have some real simple responses to why, you know, the numbers are the way they are. But if you have a budget justification sheet, it certainly would help, you know, answer some of these questions. So I think, you know, to make things clear and just to, you know, really have that communication going forward, I would like to get that as a, you know, as a part of this budget process, that we need that budget justification sheet. And so that helps. I really do. So yeah, I really, I would like to see Doltex in a better place. I really do. And I think if that's the one program that we can focus on here in the next few months, we're coming up against and thinking about our communities. We're also coming, against winter health, situations again. And in my region, we get a lot of snow, and it gets quite muddy. And I'm thinking about, my communities up there and, really making sure and really hopeful. And not only is it Daltex, but the HEHSC program. And I learned something really important, a couple weeks, a week ago, is that, we assume that a HEHSC is, and it's in the title, community health representative. But we assume that they come into the community and they just serve everybody, when that isn't the case. They absolutely have a client load. There's a client, they have clients. And so I think that's, it gives us this false, and the communities, even the chapters themselves, where they're like, where's the HEHSC? They need to serve our community. And they think that the HEHSC just serves everybody, which is not the case. So really looking at making sure our communities are in a good place. How do we create also something that is similar to a HEHSC, but one that really just also, sees, oversees the whole community and helps with like the emergency response, the CERT team, and, can help be that liaison between these programs to make sure that our most vulnerable and our most high risk and each of our communities are being reached and served. And so you mentioned earlier, there was a gentleman here for the public health emergency response team. It'd be interesting to find out what their scope of work is, because I just think it should be broad and should be servicing, all of our communities and just health in general. And they could work hand in hand with the CERT team as well. So because we really need those services in our communities. But as I mentioned, with OMB here for us, I really, really would like to assess each of your seniors. I have, a senior who's been shut down for a while because the building, they're waiting for maintenance and repair. And then, there's another one that is being repaired at this time. And thankfully, I believe it's maybe the chapter who stepped in on that one. So it gets quite confusing also at the chapter level, when the chapter is being told, well, these are your buildings, you have to take care of them, but the chapters don't get very much money either. So building maintenance repair is a big issue all across the nation. And there just isn't any money, there just doesn't seem to be that pot of money there. And these are all services that we're providing without charge. And so out there in the rest of the world, there are fees to some of these things, and that's how they recoup some money to help, provide the service or help offset some of the costs, where they're not totally 100% subsidized by a government agency, which we're doing, which is what we're doing. So it's really difficult, I think, and really just kind of looking to the future of what elder, care looks like. Elderly, what is our population look like going forward? Is our elder population growing? And this definitely, I have a mother who worked as a senior center supervisor and worked with senior center for 40 years. And when I was little, I went to the senior centers, and I spent, a lot of my after school time there. And older elders, 80s, 90s, 100, let's see, which is definitely a different scenario today. When we say elders, we're talking maybe 60 years old, already 70 years old. And then, looking at, I'm definitely going to be reaching that point soon. So will I be using, has anybody done any kind of assessment in our communities to say, do you think in 10 years senior programs will be relevant and will you be using it? You know, and so I just curiously asked a young man, he's not quite senior yet, but it's already looking 50 years, you know, what do you think? What does senior center look like to you when you get to your age? Because, you know, he's been going to the senior center with his grandma to, you know, pick up her lunch. And so I said, what do you think? What would you like your senior center to look like? And he said, well, I think I just want Uber, you know, like I just want him to deliver the meal to me. I don't want to go over there. So then that made me think, you know, if we had a good assessment, would that be a common response? And would that be this? So then what, will there be a need for even a senior center at that point? A full blown senior center where you congregate, and which is what the purpose of the whole senior program, you congregate. You come together, share a meal, and maybe do some activities. And there's more to it. But I just feel like we're doing the bare minimum, which is providing the meals. So there's no other, you know, maybe some other senior programs do that. But I know, and probably has to do with funding, that there isn't any extra programs there available for seniors, like arts and crafts activities or, you know, whatever else. For them to be and, you know, stay there and take time. And so, you know, in these rural communities, these facilities are important right now. You know, I used to have a small store, and I remember I had a senior and elder stay there the entire day because at her home, all of her kids and grandkids were drinking. And so she didn't want to be there. And so she stayed at, you know, my store all day until somebody came and picked her up and took her to a safe place to stay for the night. So, you know, those are the things, these public buildings, and not only seniors, but even chapter house buildings. So we really need to be considerate of those things, especially in our rural communities where help doesn't get to us. So,
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Honorable George Ho.
Thank you, Chair. I don't go in the planning committee. Those staff and also presented. We have now the little son really a challenging job. Take care of the elders. And I know it's part of the now the nation's fault. We're not giving money to these chapters. We're not allocating funds for our buildings. So you hear the council on the floor complaining about their senior center. But where's the money to fix? That's a big issue. And all this program is doing is you occupy the huge building. Some will be renovated. So I think it's everybody's responsibility to upgrade their senior center. Which we have so $1 million so we can have a new senior center. So so hopefully we can improve the building, especially air conditioning, heating system, handicap rails. Those things will really need to be upgraded. But again, we blame the chapter to fix it, but the chapter themselves. They don't have extra funding, so we need the power. So the other one I would like to ask the program manager here is New Mexico and Arizona. Give us money, right? Is that being, you know, are we giving some money back to them? Are we losing that money? And we just discussed the federal funds going back, so those things. We are not pushing. Auto condition of the appropriation related to regards to curriculum performance assessment. There's administration. And then there's, how do we get, also Kansas, they'll text. A condition of with the agent to, at least work on it and prove. And then report back to this body on the board court. Chair, thank you.
I had the Honorable Don George Tolk, so if he can send that request to Ms. Lowe, so she can draft that up for you. I know we do have several emails from Ms. Lowe that probably needs to be printed, so we can get to those items as well. Honorable Helena Nesbitt.
Oh, yeah, no, my chair. I don't, I just want to, I did cover most of my questions. Even, I think my colleagues, but the thing that I really, under Shiprock agency. You know, our staff on me, they're underpaid. Our cooks and our drivers. And still we tell them to go get their background check. And those background check are not $20. Not for each Shiprock included their background check on here. I wish we could do that across the board for all agencies. Because, like I said, coming off the field, sometimes I have to lend money to my driver or cook when we're scheduled to come in. But on HEHSC, that's what we went through. So if you guys can, because they pay over $100 per person. So if you guys can go and cover those fees for them, because they're part of their, in order to be an employee, you know, that's what they need. Ako ADB included the enjoyment across the board for all agencies. And I know a Shiprock took that in Junior. I really Junior was auto under immediate delegate. I'm trying to find out Simon sent about us exercise activities. We used to get budget for that. And we used to go shopping with our elders and ask them what they want to do. In my case, I used to do that. I'll go under we used to travel to Flagstaff from Kaibito. Odegaard, Diego, sewing place. We got some sewing machine and materials. So in the afternoon, and those were my activities that I did with my elders. And I went, we went on nature walk too. So we got them backpacks to pack little like snacks and things like that for them. And then we also did, what we did is that we also did, that Chinese exercise, Tai Chi. But my senior center was from that building. I used to pack in, I had to pack in like 25 to 30 elders in it. And looking at your budget, I'm like telling Dr. Nez here, I'm like, we could feel like 5 senior center brand new ones with just the short nation. My senior center was really small. But it's all up to the individual as your employee, your supervisors. How they're gonna perform their job, how they're gonna be outgoing with their elders. So when you guys do selection of your supervisors, you know, how they're going to interact with the elders. call AD, you see, we need that. Because some elders, they come in like 9:30 in the morning, even 10 o'clock. They'll sit there till 4 o'clock and they're like, go home, we need to go home too. That's how they are. And they, although I travel too. Where we live at, on my communities, we're really border town by Page. So a lot's a limited on to even go into Page. They even told us not to even go into Page. If we had to do that, we had to do a whole list of stuff just to get our elders go on a field trip to Page. Sometimes we would just take them to do their laundry every month. That's when it's on cut off a daily love. We just went in there for socialization to have an ice cream and sit outside during the summer with them, at RD's and Page. And they really enjoy these outings. On here, from Central Agency, we really make these roadblocks. We turn around and say, you guys are not doing this, you're not doing this, not that. So we need to lift that up and we need to make it really easy for our staff out there too. And some of these elders, they sit there, they have no vehicle. So they like to go on field trips. Budget and although another thing that I want to mention that wasn't in here is that maybe they're on the external fund is behavioral health. Behavioral health needs to hire some counselors that can go into the classroom of our children so they can monitor their behaviors. So they'll know where this child is coming from and how they can work with this child so they can even change their lives for the better future. This is what I see out there, out in the field. And the foster grandparents program, that's what Cecilia mentioned about them doing at Sky City. They do a foster grandparent program, classroom, and that sometime I used to go and check on them. When I walk into the classroom, I said, I'm here to check on my foster grandparent. Where are they? They're in the classroom, but in the corner, cutting things out for the little kids. They're like a teacher's aide. That's not why we place them in those classrooms. They're the one that's supposed to, talk with and share activities with the chiniyas in there. Other two, but assign the counselor. But this FGP person is supposed to work with all children, share stories. Take some time just to sit with them and just hold their hands. We have children like that in the classroom. I call AD did the behavioral health. We need those behavioral health workers out there in classroom observing. That's what I really want to see. Behavioral health outdoors so that they don't even come out to even greet you out to the public, like out to the chapter meetings. You don't see them. Behavioral health building that's the question you get. So they need to be more out there in the opens. Saying we're here to help you. These are the services we have to help you with. This is a big department right here. Maybe you guys need to have a resource. You know, for each community. They know where to go and all that. I go on your Navajo Environmental Health Protection program, so food handlers training, GDI. A lot of our staff are going online to do their food handlers. It shouldn't be like that. We should have more people in person and have this food handlers person come out to the agencies. Or even out to the senior center. Or even out to a place where we can get more people other than just staff to get their permits. We need to get more communities involved. You know. So that's what I would like to see out there in our communities, and I know the vacancies I got covered earlier. And another thing is that with all this money we're looking at into the external funds, we need brand new computers out there. And it's still like that. It's just a hand-me-down that we got at the senior centers. So we need brand new seniors, brand new laptops or computers there. And we have three staffs: the senior center supervisor, the cook, and the driver. So you would need 3 computers at each of these senior centers. Because all our reports should be through that computer now. At one time, we had program supervisors too, Hanson Edge Jr. If you left report by Giejo, if you hand print it to him and you hand it over to him, he throws it back at you. You have computers for that. What that means. So you know, that's the way I train my staff and even others that, you know, are that I go to visit. And then Ms. Russell here. A lot of us staff, you know, were just thrown in there to be delegated. I was thrown in there that morning. I was told our PS2 resigned. So we're delegated. So we put trainings. Another thing that I want to ask for our Del Techs is that you guys need to reward your staff. Bring them together for Christmas. You guys need to reward them and say thank you to them. We don't get a thank you. They give them so much and all that. Again, Navajo Nation, we have a lot of supervisors that were really dedicated for so many years, about 30+ years that they love. Again, they didn't get anything during the pandemic or retired of it. No, so maybe if we appreciate our staff, then maybe they'll stay longer. You know, you know, special transactions of a car or your base of a car. So other and that needed that Navajo that uranium workers program needed to one lady, you know, but she's off the, she works for another company off the reservation. She's the only one that makes a attempt to even come out and provide training at our senior centers and our chapter meetings. What happened to our Navajo Nation? That works for that program right here. Sometimes we need to be more dedicated than just getting a paycheck. If we could just at least let them know, they'll know who to go to. They know who to turn to and talk with. Maybe they know another family or neighbors, they could direct them. That's the way I feel about that. Otto Anslem, thank you for speaking up with all our Deltech staff and Deltech's programs out there. And a lot of, with Deltech's programs, we have a lot of personnel issues. But when they're not there, they're not dedicated. And I heard what Delegate Holt says. If they don't want to do their job there, you know, there's someone else in there that's ready to do the job and there to help our elders. That's the way I see it too. I'll put out a I'd like to really meet this individual that's planning for the healthcare facility of Waterway Gap. I don't know who she is or who he is. These are just some of my concerns. Although I know our elders really like those transportation vans, but they're low, but if they're 4x4s, they have these, they can, the step up just flies out and, you know, it can be dropped right here to where we can request for something like that for our elders. I just wanted to add this on to what my colleagues already added on. Although breast cancer. HEHSC appreciate the field. I have something to say about that program too. Oh, the public assistance of a car. I know some of our elders, not elders, but even young people, you know, they need assistance. And I'm glad Tuba City Regional is coming up with a cancer center there in Tuba, but a lot of them, they travel a distance. A lot of them goes to Gallup or Flagstaff. So I think all the winter, they said that we can't Washington, it's not free. We you know, kind of help them along the way. But I've been there. I sat with them. I sat with some elders that had cancer like that. I held their hand when they were getting their treatment. The Adu Shafi Bishta. I take a day off just to travel with that person. The lion shot that does it off, and now they told her. Actually, how was she just? I go ask someone to stop the COVID. People they shot in the Chicago shipping net. I'm really advocating on behalf of the elders because I see it. I've seen it out there. If it doesn't touch your heart, one day it will. I have one more.
Thank you, Honorable Helena Nazareth. With that, moving on, Honorable Dr. Inez.
Oh, yeah, Chair, other than the Department of Health There were several questions that I had posed in my initial set of questions that were not addressed. So I just kind of want to reiterate them and include an additional question. So one of those questions regarding your business unit 113001. You identified $500 per flight by 15 trips. And in the 7 years I've worked at the Department of Education, I think I've only used commercial once. So I'm not sure exactly. Again, my initial comments were if it's something that's required of Department of Health. I don't know what the case may be, but that's just one of the questions I had. The other question I have is regarding business unit 113003. That was the uranium, because under your external documents, there are none for uranium. So just what the plan is for the health to increase the advocacy there on obtaining funds for the National Uranium Workers Program. And then the third question I have was where does the Human Research and Review Board fit in? And again, I may have overlooked it in this packet, but I consider that a key component because the Navajo Nation, I believe, is the only tribe that actually has a review board, also known as an IRB, in the country. And then the last question I have is how many funds, and this could be over the last year, over the last 5 years, but how many funds were returned to New Mexico, Arizona, and the federal government? I know OMB reported that some extensions have been granted, but as far as those funding that have actually been returned, what is that figure? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Hernandez. Honorable Curtis.
Yeah, yeah, for all the reports here. I'm just like a rookie here, like can says. But that's not an excuse for me. I didn't learn all these issues that you guys are bringing up. Oh, I grew up, with my parents, but I've never seen them become elders. So they're gone. So when I became a district grazing committee, I was invited to these senior citizen facilities to do my reports, what was going on with their livestock and so forth. There's a lot of them that were holding permits there. So I go over there and, they really like me coming over. Being part of their, they give me some of their food and so forth. And then there I learned a lot, like how Helena, express her emotions about elders. It was like that. And, that's where I really realized that it needs, but the operation, the whole senior citizen, all that was operated under the county. And then a lot of the operation like that, the vehicles and everything was operated by the county. And then that's why we didn't have enough reports to our chapters. We have a facility in the chapter, a brand new one, but there's no operation. We needed operation, we needed transport and so forth. That's all we're lacking over there. And I'm trying to see how we can, maybe tap in some of your budget year to oversee those things. And then I see in your tabs here, I have a question on those vacancies. Where there's a vacancy, it seems like there's an increase in budgeting with this. And then where all the personnel are filled, it seems like there's a decrease. I have a question on that one. And there's over the only question I had, and then there's other question that these guys already covered, and you guys covered as well. And uranium, just like Helena said, there's hardly anybody comes out and does these evaluations in my area. And I know that there's one in Shiprock. Everybody utilizes it over there, and This is kind of like the first time I'm hearing, like about these uranium workers. And a lot of in our area, there's those cells, where they expose uranium. And a lot of people are affected around that area. And I don't know how this uranium administration, that they don't really oversee the victim around that area. And they're way behind on, like livelihood, as far as like housing and so forth, and they really can't do anything. Even their livestock and so forth, they can't really do their land. And so they need really, need some, like a supplemental help with housing. And they tries to deal with the NHA, but the NHA, they have a long listing, for their service for housing. So I always think that these kind of victims, they should be the first priority to get service. And I don't know if you guys deal with that with your in department. So those are the things that I'm concerned about. Other than that, I'll probably just listen to you guys, and it'll be like a learning process for me. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Curtis Unito. With that, I don't have any other committee members that would like to ask questions or make a comment. So with that, Ms. Russell, I will give you the floor back to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair James. So first of all, thank you for sharing your stories. I think it resonates across a lot of us there, right? So thank you for sharing those stories and your suggestions. I think this is work that I worked on my whole career. It's really different across tribes. I work with all the tribes in Arizona. And there's some are similar, some are not. I think one of the things I wanted to just mention, I used to run an agency with a similar budget, and we used to put in IGAs with different tribes to get money out to them. And I think we had IGAs with like 5 other tribes, and then one of them was spending dollars down. So what I recognize is it's really hard for tribes across at least the state, I can say, to spend money. It's not just our tribe that's in that situation. They come to talk with us about how we can apply for grants. So we applied for a grant with CDC. We're successful in getting it. We have all of our partners a part of it, and they submit their budget. But in reality, when they try to draw down the funds, it doesn't happen. So I wanted to just share that example, working for state government with the tribes. The concern that was raised today about not spending funds down isn't just a Navajo issue. It's other tribal issues. Just wanted to share that observation. And again, thank you for sharing your stories. I have some ideas moving forward. I'm still trying to learn all of our different programs. And I think I've met with most of them, even if it was for 30 minutes. And sometimes in that 30 minutes, it wasn't even to learn about their programs. It was to put a fire out. Right? So there was multiple programs. I wanted to sit down and chat with them just to learn about their program. But it wasn't, I didn't really get the full depth of what they do, because it was more about a pressing issue that needed to be addressed. So far, within the few weeks I've been with the department, it's been kind of putting fires out, which is totally fine. And we figured out ways to figure out how to put that fire out. I think again with my department here, really just building a sense of community with the department. I've had conversations with different staff that some of them are still experiencing some PTSD due to COVID. So the culture of the department is such that it's kind of siloed still. And I don't know why that is, but I do hear from different individuals that things are still silent, right? I was told early on that you're going to travel a lot. And I pushed back, how can I do my job if I'm traveling a lot? And I'll address some of your questions here. I have to be here. So I know that some of the committees that we sit on. There's, I must say, I was just talking with the legislative analyst, Ms. Morris here, easily at least 15 national committees, and I may be underestimating that number, but 15 national committees to sit on with all of these departments within the Foreign Health and Human Services. So I appreciate the delegates who are going to be the alternate for some of these committees, but that's up to at least 15, and that's just within Department of Health and Human Services. We also have funding from USDA as well. So I'm looking into USDA and do they have tribal advisory committees as well? So I can understand the travel for that person, being that I am that alternate to the president. So I'm trying to figure that out. I just wanted to let you know that there's multiple committees that are out there on these national committees. And when we look at DHHS, I think there's over 12 different agencies just within that one DHHS structure. And then IHS, they have multiple committees. So a lot of committees. I think what we're gonna have to do is prioritize which committees we need to sit on. And there's gonna be some committees where I will not be able to participate because, you know, there's one of me, unless I can delegate, but the way that those committees are structured, it's a tribal leader first and then an alternate and a technical assistance person. So I just wanted to let you know, in terms of travel, I'm going to have to maybe decline some of those things just because, like I said, when I first came on board, and I was before you all about maybe 2 weeks into my post here, I need to stabilize the department. But again, thank you for sharing your stories. I really do appreciate it. So let me try to address some of the questions that I heard, and if I missed something, I'm happy to go back to them. And I believe my two colleagues here will also help me with some of these questions. But Honorable Delegate James, you had questions about the executive office and the budget. This is another instance where we cost share these costs. So we have an IHS 638 contract that also covers the executive office. So you are correct in interpreting a lot of these budgets as why is it only covering so many senior centers, or why is it only so many vans when you have this many senior centers? So you are correct in interpreting that. But if we were to correlate some of these with external budgets, you'll see how we grade that funding. So even though it looks like we're only covering maybe 10 senior centers out of 20, just know that we're also taking into account those other 10 that aren't within the general fund budget with other funding, especially senior centers. So the same thing for the executive office, we have other funding for this. So what you don't see in the budget here, so you only see 2 staff, but there's more staff that are within the executive office, like for instance, the Navajo Human Research Board that you mentioned, Delegate Nez, that's within executive office, but you don't see it here because it's a different funding source. Information technology, our IT department is also within the executive office. Our legislative analyst is also within the executive office, but you don't see that as a position here. That's another contract that covers it. Also our HSAs, that our health service administrators, they're covered by that as well. So we don't see that in this budget. You are interpreting this budget correctly. It's the other external funds that cover with other positions. So when you see costs that don't match up with staff or don't match up with, maybe the continuing travel, it's because we're also accounting for other programs who have other staff that are covered by other funding sources. Let's see here. So like for 50 nights, I wanted to address one of the questions in regards to one of our programs, our Office of Environmental Health. I'm really happy I was able to sit down with them and talk about that program. There's only 1 staff in that program. And she's been really pulling the program along so it keeps going. So at least we can issue food handlers permits because our fair season is upon us, right? But I really want to commend her for doing that with 1 staff. The majority of that work is supposed to fall on sanitarians. We have a hard time attracting sanitarians because our competitors, IHS, they pay more, but might even be lower than options for sanitarians. Unfortunately, with her hard work, her name is Nina, we're able to get 2 on. So I'm really grateful for that individual for keeping the program afloat, doing what she can within her limited ability to keep that program afloat, but she moved forward the announcements to hire for sanitarians, and we have two. I'm really happy that we have them. We don't want to lose them to IHS. So one of the things that I'm thinking, and this instance isn't just for this one particular program. We have a same issue like with our cancer public health nursing program. That program has, I believe, 1.5 nurses, 2 nurses right now, and they're gonna retire soon. They've already told me they're gonna retire soon. If we lose those nurses, are we still okay in the public health nursing program? Because then most of the staff are community health workers. They're not nurses. So one of the highlights of that issue that we kind of figured out a solution to is we have a bright young lady who's a community health worker right now, and she's pursuing her degree in nursing. So we want to make sure, to cover her tuition and her costs, so she can come back to be that nurse for that Canada Public Health nursing program. So we're trying to think of ways to keep staff for good things, but we understand that our competition is IHS at 638. So they just pay better for some of these positions. I also want to extend that to our behavioral health programs. Whenever we have higher level type of providers who have a higher scope of practice, like sanitarians, nurses, dentists, doctors, counselors, we compete. We're in an area, especially at least right here, the border towns take our experienced staff. So I really commend those Navajo professionals who are here to practice and they stay. Really commend them. So just to kind of give you some ideas that we're thinking about is how can we use our funds to pay for their schooling, and then there's a commitment for them to pay back. So we're working on that. There are resources at the state level where there's lower payment, but it's not for all of these positions. It would be like for nurses, for dentists, for doctors. So we don't tap into the big resources, the lower payment options. But it is short term, it's not forever, right? If we pay off their loans for 2 years, maybe they'll pay back 2 years, so it's not forever. So one of the things that I worked on prior is really growing our own workforce, because they're just more likely to stay. We don't have a program like that, that I've recognized, where we grow our own healthcare workforce, and being that we're in the Department of Health, that's something that I think about. Growing our own healthcare workforce. The other thing I wanted to mention about these higher level providers who have a higher level scope of practice, they're more likely to be reimbursable by a third party provider, whether it's Medicaid, Medicare, private insurance. We aren't really set up to do that. So there's a lot of opportunities for the department to think more like a business, because healthcare is a business. We are not there yet. I'd like to get there. I worked on some legislation in Arizona, and it's also already existing in New Mexico. But we can reimburse for community health provider services. Their scope isn't like a nurse, it's a CHR, CHW scope. But we're not set up in a way to reimburse for those services yet. We have to go through a whole process to do that. So I see the potential to run our Department of Health like a healthcare business model, but we don't have that expertise yet. We're not set up like that. So I just wanted to kind of focus on some of the questions that were put forth in regards to some of our higher level types of providers. I'm really excited to build that out if we can, get stable and really build that out. In terms of some other questions on delegate things that you had mentioned from adult pets and travel, we are working on delegate, so we are working on bringing together the NACOA, the Navajo Council on Aging, before this quarter is out. I did talk with one of the lead elders in that, and so we're talking about what that can look like. I'm coming from experience of working for a prior area agency on aging, which focused on the tribes in Arizona. And they did a lot of fun stuff. I think a delegate, the day you talked about exercise, I used to do that component. I used to train people so that they can work with elders to do enhanced. I don't know if you've seen the chair exercises. I used to train people to do that. I used to run those kind of courses. So yeah, it's possible. Another component of when I was there is we used to hold an annual conference. Over 700 elders would come to that conference. We played chair volleyball, there'd be workshops, it's so much fun. There'd be I think like a prom, just whatever they wanted to do for, I think like maybe 3 days. So there's a lot of potential, but I think it goes back to the funding stream. If our funding streams allow for that, because right now I don't think we have a position that focuses on like health. From what it's like, it's ombudsman, it's a foster grandparent. So again, sometimes our limitations are because of the funding stream. So looking into other funding, a delegate, Crotty asked us to crosswalk the Older Americans Act with the funding that we have. So we're doing that. And it looks like we might be missing out on some funding opportunities within the Older Americans Act. So we need to look into that a little bit more. So we printed off the whole Older Americans Act, and I have an intern who's going to crosswalk that with Angela here to see where are we not tapping into additional funding. Again, Honorable Delegate James, again, you are interpreting the budgets correctly, but there are other funding that helps with some of these costs. So like, for instance, that you mentioned, like the travel, the air travel, 15, I'm gonna have to delegate other people to do some of this work. It's possible for us to be at all these committees, possible, if we can delegate out, but they're not considered the alternate. I am. So I'm trying to weigh that. Do I attend these committees and represent the tribe at this level, or do I stay here? So I will keep you posted as to how I prioritize that. And I'm also working closely with the delegates that are going to be on these different committees. And Ansel can talk a little bit more about the Daltex grading of funds. So I think Uncle Delegate James, we had a lot of questions about the Daltex. We have Title III and we have New Mexico funding. So he can probably answer that a little bit clearer than I can, but it's because we have graded funding. And I think I also mentioned earlier that New Mexico will get more funding than Arizona. So we try to balance that budget with the general budget. So, but he can speak more to that. For Delegate Simonson, for the program performance measures, you mentioned, that with other funding streams, but I'm very familiar with this. We had a $2 million, when I used to work for the state, we had a $2 million grant from CDC, and we had a component, an evaluation component built into that grant. We partnered with Northern Arizona University, who did our evaluation. We didn't do it. We had another outside party do our evaluation. I don't see that in these programs. Maybe we include that. I don't, but we would have to build that out. It would take some time to build that out. What that evaluation component, I'm just talking about the $13 million that we're talking about. I think specifically it would make sense for Daltex. But we would then, if it's only, we're going to stay at the same level, we got to take from the other centers, right? But it's possible. And I'm talking about a $2 million grant. We had a NAU coming in. I think their budget was about $200,000 to do that evaluation component. And we learned a lot from that evaluation. So really open to taking a look at that, but we would have to really sit down and talk that through first to see what that could look like. You talked about the performance measure evaluating customer service, and I believe that Councilman told me that that report was never conducted, and that we will look towards doing that in the future. I think that would be valuable information for us to better our programs. I agree with the budget justification sheet. I'm used to when we write grants, and I'm pretty certain my staff who write grants for federal funding, they are used to that justification sheet. You have to be very specific as to what you are using the funding for. What we can do is just be clear in the forms that are presented to us to be more clear about that, because I think some of the questions could have been answered if we were really more detailed as to 50% Title III or whatever, the 25% Title III, 25% New Mexico, and whatever the general one is, then I think some of the questions would have been answered. For Honorable Delegate James. You mentioned CHRs don't save everybody, and that is very true. I mean, I think we have a workforce of about 130, and Miss Edison can clarify that for me. It's but only 130-ish CHRs for this whole nation. So yes, we do not seat everybody. I was talking to an elder about this, and she said, nobody sees my brother who's in a wheelchair. So I said, did you get a referral? She said, no. I said, that's how our CHRs get their clients, is through a referral. And that referral is from IHS or the 638. They refer clients to the CHR. Very few are self-referral though. So you can self-refer, but you are very true in that we don't, first of all, the workforce isn't plentiful. But the work that they do is very impactful. I love working with CHRs. Something that I would like to work with these CHRs is really integrating them into different systems, whether it's the healthcare delivery system, it's our EHR records, it's into our emergency response teams. They're always involved, but they're not formally integrated, right? Our public health emergency program, it does have I think you mentioned you'd like to know the scope of work, and just overall, we have a lot of programs in the Department of Health. So I'm really appreciative of hearing from like behavioral health, the CHRs, and more of our external accounts. So one thing that I pitched to my staff, really just preliminarily, is let's have an open house. Let's have an open house. I don't know when that could be, but we'd love to have you come over, and we'll have all of our programs there for you to ask questions of. I think that would be most impactful and effective. I think some of these questions you had today, they would have been answered directly from the program managers. So something that I want to put on the radar of my team, maybe having an open house, maybe it coincides with the next session. But we'd love to inform you greater as to the various programs that we have in the Department of Health. The majority of the programs are external funds. Building maintenance and repair. So really quickly, I saw the need for greater collaboration with is it CDMP or CDMP? Okay, so Mr. Castillo's division, because quickly, there at least right now, right off from my working with the staff right now, food distribution, special diabetes, senior centers, and behavioral health. They all have requests to either build a new facility, repair a new facility, or demolish a facility. That's a lot of requests coming from one department. So we've met with Mr. Castillo already 3 times. We have our 4th meeting on the books. So we're building that relationship with Mr. Castillo to, can we get some of these done? So we've created that relationship with him, and already we have a few projects that are gonna start working. And it was really just sitting down with him. He's just upstairs from where we are at. You know, a lot of the questions was around elder care. Yes, unfortunately, elder care is not a reimbursable, a plentiful reimbursable service in our country. It just isn't. Even though we know that we have all of these baby boomers that are going to be coming, and those are my parents. It's not reimbursable, so it's not a sustainable system. That's just what it is right now. It is no wonder that we have so much concern about the elder program, because the support really isn't there as a country. Also, elders just require a lot more assistance compared to, you know, regular age persons. They require more services. So yes, we're just in that as a country, that is where we're at. So I'm really proud that Navajo appropriates money to do some of this work. Totally understand that we can do a better job in this area.
And I really appreciated the comment about, is there even a need in the future for congregate senior centers? Something for us to really look into. You know, I think about my parents now and they're pretty tech savvy. You know, is that gonna be their need? Do they really just want meals to be delivered? I don't know. But that's an interesting thing to consider. I wanted to address a little bit of Honorable Delegate Holt's comments. He asked about New Mexico and Arizona and the money that we revert back. I'm pretty certain we revert back money as well. For this. For New Mexico, we reverted back, we plan to revert back $221,000 out of 1.17 million. So we have a pretty good percentage spend down for the New Mexico dollars, for the Arizona. Okay, and we look like Arizona reverting back maybe about $750,000 to $1 million out of 3.5. So again, not half, but we could do better in that area. One thing that I do know about state fiscal years is that they're not usually the same as federal. So we got to kind of, balance some money a little bit there. So I think at least for Arizona, their fiscal year starts July 1. Whereas all of our federal grants, they will start and our nomination general fund will start October 1. So we have to kind of balance the different fiscal years. I think that's the challenge that some of our programs have if they get general funds, is that they have to operate on different fiscal years. And I'm really impressed with how they juggle some of those funding. Do you want to add to that?
Yes, in regards to Title III, just to make you aware why so much money is reverted back is because throughout the whole year, we get multiple alerts, either giving us more money, and it has to go through the 164 process. And that off the top, it's 2 to 3 months, as you guys know. By the time that's finished, we get another alert for more money. And again, that has to go through the whole 164 process. So again, it's just staggering where, again, I guess it go back to one of our legislative concerns about the ACL and our tri-state agreement, where we're trying to minimize those alerts throughout the year, so we don't revert much money back at the end. I don't know if that's making sense. Because again, it's like today we can get an alert saying they're gonna give us an extra $1 million. And then beginning of October, they can say, well, we'll give you another 155. That can be spent until it goes to the whole process. And that's updated at the OMB process. So again, it's just a staggering award of money that, again, come mid-May, where we begin to stop spending, and that's where all that money starts building up from all those different alerts throughout the year. So again, to minimize that, that's where, again, it goes back to our legislative concern, where we're trying to renegotiate our tri-state agreement with Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, try to change that to at least give us one huge pot at the beginning, and we'll use that for the whole year instead of multiple awards throughout the year.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Again, state funding, it's really, you can't predict it, I guess, right? But we try our best to spend down, but then our own tribal government internal process kind of slow that down for us. Honorable Delegate Nesbegay, some of your concerns about the cooks and drivers with the background checks, and yeah, I think it's a good best practice for one of our agencies to do that. We left it up to our agencies to create their budgets because they know their budgets best, they know their operations best. And for that one particular agency, they knew that they needed to cover that cost. We can definitely share that with the agency supervisors of this, and if that's a need, then they can consider doing that as well. Exercise for elders, I think I kind of spoke about that. That's what I used to do at the area agency on Aging Phoenix, is exercise for elders. Another thing that we did was do a evidence-based program called chronic disease management, and we pretty much held classes with elders so that they can better manage their chronic diseases. My mom has diabetes, and it's a lot to manage that, but sometimes you need a little bit extra help to do that.
So just wanted to, there's things we can do, but I think sometimes we're a little bit limited by the funding stream. So I'm really happy that you kind of thought outside the box to do that shopping. Shopping that is a form of exercise, and also it allows for, you know, elders to see the elders and to be with the community. I'm happy you brought up behavioral health. Very happy. I think the majority of our external budget is behavioral health. I have still yet to dive into that area. Again, another program that's short staffed. I do want to let you know, and this is what I was informed, that for the whole nation, we only have 1.5 time clinical provider. For the whole nation. And what I learned about this is if we want to stand up these higher level treatment centers, requirements are that you have to have a full-time clinical provider in each of them. So even if we built all of the clinical higher level facilities, we wouldn't have enough clinical providers to run them. Because those other providers who have a lesser scope of practice, they have to be under that clinical provider's license. And the way that regulations are, you have to have a full-time clinical provider. So right now, we can only really have one higher level treatment center because we only have 1.5 times provider. The other half-time provider is doing administrative work right now, because we lost the last division director left. So thank you for bringing that up. And again, this goes back to my other comment about recruiting and retaining providers. We just aren't set up to recruit and retain providers. And then going into, I think some of the Office of Environmental Health, yes, they do provide food handlers training. You mentioned that they're going online, but I mentioned before, you know, that program has just been one staff member for quite a while. We're really happy we have the 2 sanitarians now. I think there was a question about the travel for that Office of Environmental Health. Because we only have 2 sanitarians, they will have to travel to Eastern Agency, Western Agency, Northern, Southern, because those 2 sanitarians are covering the whole nation. So they plan their budget considering that they're going to have to travel. Ideally, we would have sanitarians in each of the different regions of the nation, so then travel would be less. But because we can't recruit and retain sanitarians, those 2 sanitarians will have to travel. That's the higher travel budget request. And I'm gonna allow for Samson to talk about the computer because I think it might have been a legislative concern as well. But let me go ahead and finish the ones here really quickly. Rewarding our staff. One of the things I'd like to do is to put together maybe an internal committee of our department that really just puts together an employee recognition program. We have a lot of great staff at the Department of Health, and we do not recognize them at all. And this is for the whole department. So I'm gonna work with maybe some internal staff to do that. But no, I agree, we need to do better and really recognizing our employees, not only recognizing them, but really do the human resource work, right? The step increases, all those different things that come along with it, and that will probably fall also on Mr. Yazi's shoulders to put together that employee recognition program, working on personnel issues. Navajo Uranium Workers Program. Yes, it does focus on Navajo uranium workers. And it really focuses on eligibility. State and uranium workers are eligible for specific programs and compensation. That's really the focus of the Navajo Uranium Workers Program. It doesn't do too much in terms of any other things around cancer. It's really just to see if they are eligible for compensation. So it's kind of limited in scope. We could look outside. I think there was a question about other funding opportunities. You know, in my work in healthcare for a number of years, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head where there is cancer funding. I don't know where that is. It's probably more on a clinical side, clinical programs, but on preventive side, I think it might be limited, but I can look into that because even like right now, I can't think of an agency that would, you know, fund more of our preventive programs for cancer. I can't think of it. And I'm gonna also hand it over to Mr. Yazi, who's supposed to be our HSA for executive, but he was also our epidemiology center director. He's gonna talk a little bit about the cancer work that they're doing under the epidemiology program.
All right, thank you, Director Russell for all that update. With regards to cancer, we are as doing a lot of some of the work on cancer disease surveillance. We do have a Navajo cancer work group where we collect data with regards to mortality. Our Navajo people dying from cancer, also incidents for the different types of cancers, and also screening rates for the screenable cancers such as breast cancer, cervical cancer, colorectal cancer, and also lastly staging, meaning that the time of diagnosis for a patient, where they are, they're stage 1, stage 2, 3, and 4. And of course, the earlier the cancer disease diagnosis, the better the outcome. There's the higher survivorship, treatment is better. There's more options for treatment. So we're from a data standpoint, that's what we're compiling for the Navajo Nation. We're gonna probably have an updated report here within the next month or so, and of course, we'll share the report. So that's all the cancer work that we're currently doing in partnership with our breast and cervical cancer prevention program. And this is a work group that consists of the tumor registries from Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona, HEHSC folks, the federal sites, and the 638, and then our own Department of Health program. So that's just a little update on our cancer report.
Thank you, Mr. Yazi. I do want to mention another program within our CHR program, the Navajo Birth Cohort Study. They presented some information to me that's really interesting to hear, and I think they focus on they follow young kids from a certain time range, so it's a longitudinal study, and they're finding some really interesting information about that. But they are finding detectable levels of uranium in their urine. So we are kind of moving forward to continue that study. And I think that's going to start moving along again. So but the data that Mr. Yazi just presented, I think it's using that data and turning it into action. Right. But then I think a lot of what's a funding stream that we can target to do that work. So there's a lot of work in that area. A lot of potential, I guess, to do work in that cancer area, but the current funding we have is the scope is kind of limited, and it doesn't really allow for us to do some of the supports that you mentioned. But we'd be interested in looking for other funding streams that could do more of that supportive work for persons who have cancer. So that's the upside I have, and I know Mr. Lewis was going to talk a little bit about one of the questions in regards to the computers for senior centers, and I believe it was a legislative finding concern as well.
Delegate, as you are aware that to the city and Chile don't get the luxury of extra funding from the Mexico House Bill too. So again, with our budget, we try to, with Title III, with the external, we try to fluff up those two senior agencies. But regarding the computer, the reason why I don't think it was budgeted, because we did get, well, we were in talks with Arizona, the state of Arizona, DES, and the fortunate thing is that they got a reward of $5 million for the general funds, which is unregulated per se. I don't know, there's with the funding sources, there's certain specific of what you purchase. But with this $5 million, it's unspecific. But with this funding, we got a funding of $284,363, which majority of it is going to go to the Arizona side, which hits to the city will budget some of their computers out of this money. So again, that's where the computer part of it probably could come in, again, going with the legislative concern as well as Chinle. Yeah, legislative concern for. Because I know Crown Point has purchased some, Shiprock has purchased some as well. Port Defiance on the New Mexico side, I believe has purchased some as well. And again, it's just that Arizona side that, kind of gets underfunded, as you know. So again, with this extra funding from the state of Arizona, their general funds, that's where some of these extra operating supplies, food supplies are gonna come in and be budgeted. And some possibly a couple of vehicles under that funding as well.
And just to add to Mr. Lewis's comment about computers, we can buy, this is for the whole department, we can buy computers for our programs, but we know that sometimes access to internet is going to be limited. So the way that they can use those computers may not include access to the internet, which will, impede some of the work that they can, but they'll have a computer. So they can only use it for for things outside of the internet. And we all heavily rely on the internet. But anyway, just wanted to add to that. And Honorable Chair James, I think I touched on the question that came to, if I missed one of the questions from the committee, I'm happy to answer them. I think I touched on most of them.
Thank you, Ms. Russell, and then thank you, everyone for taking the time and initiative to respond. While we are on responding, Ms. Russell, if I could have your permission to hear from Chinle, Port Defiance, Crown Point, to West City, Shiprock, Deltec program managers that are present. If we could hear from them, if you can give them some time. And we can start off with Chinle. Is Chinle the program manager here for Delta?
It's one dog. I understand that you're going meeting around the. I'm the program supervisor for Chinle Agency. I oversee 14 senior center. We have 15, but eventually Whippoorwill Senior Center was burnt down a few years back, so it is closed. So I have total of 30 staff, and we're budgeted for 47, but we've been having problems with hiring new applicants. I don't know, a re-advertising now on it, and that's why we're short on staff here and there. And we have 16 tribal units, but we have 7 of them that are very in bad shape, so they're constantly going to be stopped. And with this I've been asking Mr. Lewis if we can budget those in the new budget year. So we did. So they disclosures. I don't know the operation itself. It's going. We're making food as a priority for the elderly. I don't putting the food on the table for them, and they really don't have a problem with that. Oh, it's just that the repairs and maintenance of we have an agreement called office space use agreement. And in the agency, some of the chapters, they go, what did they did to help renovate those facilities. Some of those facilities that we have in Chinle are more than 10 years old, like mini farms, Round Rock, Pinion, I think those three are more than 20 years old. So I've been having a lot of issues with those facilities. Cottonwood, they would have to end there. I shall be get a new facility, so that facility is either come back to the new facility
I don't know, many ago, but, it's, we have yet to start going there. Otherwise, I've been having a lot of problems with the HVAC units on these facilities that are more than 10 years old. And even now we budget that in to get, hopefully we can get new HVAC units on top of those facilities to continue services. I don't know, again, let's say, the chapters are not really cooperating with us. There's an option there, just like, they're neglecting the facilities. Although, they do own the building and if I do that, if you don't really go and try to make these things work. So, if I do that all, so, this year we got 2,258,000, how much we got for shielded agency, and about 99% of that goes to salary. We got 100,000 for operations. So,
Thank you very much, Mr. Begay. Any other going to get nonsense, the Chinley agency as under committee members, are there any questions? To Mr. Begay on Chinley agency, I think. My only question is, how much external funds do you have that you can utilize on the facilities? So that would be my first question, but I believe Vice Chair, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson had questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. James Begay, for coming before the committee. I believe this is the first time that we're seeing a meeting, and I think for future practice, Mr. Lewis, anytime, and I know we've said this in HEHSC before, is that we shouldn't just be communicating with our executive directors, but we really also need to communicate with the agency people, as well as even the employees that are out there in these, in providing direct services. Those are folks that, I'm interested in hearing from, especially those that are providing direct service, because they're the ones who are seeing their customers every day. They're the ones in these facilities that we're talking about. They're the ones who are experiencing this in real time. And that's where we need to get information from. As of today, I think it would be helpful if we were to, really train our program supervisors and folks to say, I have 14 senior centers, and my highest, the one senior that has the highest, usage is this area here, and we have about 100 participants every day, and average 100 participants or average 100 meals that we provide every day. And then this is our lowest, serving community, and maybe list some issues of why they're experiencing, maybe why it's such a low usage facility. So I just feel like Ms. Russell and Mr. Lewis, that we really need to train the program managers to tell the story with data, because that helps us understand, how these funds are being used. And then again, the impact that it has in the communities. So that's how we need to be, sharing the stories of what kind of services are being provided in these communities. As you know, Mr. James, Mr. Begay, that I serve on for Zipagene regions. I have my 5 chapters out there, and at the beginning of the assuming the position, I had a brief meeting with them, just to, so that I could hear from them. And I also did it in a way that which I excluded, the agency staff, because I wanted a real conversation with the staff, because sometimes there's a disconnect between staff and program supervisors, and they're not, they sometimes staff feel like they can't truly share information, and while, a supervisor is sitting there. So that was the reason I did that, and that was intentional. That I wanted to hear from my, these programs, and just kind of, how they're operating, and some of the challenges that they had, and everything that we spoke about here today was exactly the challenges, the vehicles, the supplies. One senior facility is absolutely, and that one is out of my 5 chapters that I oversee, but still it's close enough with, it's still considered the BG region, where the supervisor had concerns with having no internet, no phone service whatsoever. And my concern with that was, so then how are you being accommodated? And, and so if you're expected to be there in the community to provide the service, there, you should be accommodated. It's no fault of yours that you don't have the internet and you don't have phone service. So either the agency office or maybe other chapters surrounding you, other senior programs really need to work and collaborate and, teamwork this effort. And you should be getting assistance from somebody to help you run the program in the absence of, internet and phone service. So those things are really critical, especially if you're asking, somebody to send orders, either using phone or internet. And so, or allowing for that to happen in some way. So just some real, day-to-day operations that seem to be really problematic. And of course, there were other personal concerns. So I really, I want to come back to that. That I also question, what is the purpose of the agency office? And the staff that exists there, what exactly is, what service and what job is being completed there, and that really also is that it, does it contribute to these program performance measures? How much of your agency staff are have an impact or are able to contribute to these. So that you have that, you produce that document that says, yes, we do have a customer service survey, and here are the results, and that should really be a collaboration between your agency folks and then also your daily program operators. So those are issues, concerns I have. I have I think one building that still needs repair and maintenance. I have another one that I believe is being repaired because the chapter took the initiative to assist. But we have, Forest Lake, as is still sitting without repair. So those are issues that I see. So I think, I've said to Ms. Russell earlier that we need to do a lot of work with those things. It's problematic. All the way, and I know it has had the same problems for years. And I'm aware of it, and we really need to get it right. And I really, because that speaks to the services that you provide. And so the other thing is program senior, I believe has been without being rising. And I'm not sure that it's been, I really get to see whether that is still in the budget. And so if, it's really the program supervisor who's kind of really kind of fulfill all of those things. And in Hard Rock, you may or may not know this, but it is rural. There isn't an NHA housing situation where a lot of people live in one area. it's scattered. And there could be a good 1 to 2 to 5 miles between each home. So though, it's the rural and the homes are scattered throughout. And so very isolated and so the roads are difficult, so we don't have highway all the way through the community. In addition, we also have partition land that our people live in. So just a lot of issues and complications that make our community really unique. And so I really want to make sure that our employees are out there are, are well equipped. They have all the things that they need to be able to provide the good services. I want them to be healthy, happy employees, and looking forward to the work that they do. They will be supported by their program, their agency, their leaders here, so I really,
Again, Vice Chair, Ray Simon. The reason why I had how much funding we have in external funding is because we didn't put the engagement. And when you're doing a budget, we have 14 centers. $357. And so I know your HVAC is not only going to cost you $357. So where in the external funds are you giving the additional funding to take care of that? If there is no other question, but before I give you the floor to respond, I'd like to give some time to Honorable Elena Nasby.
Oh, yeah, it's Etnana. Good afternoon. I go on the that program supervisor from Chile Agency with the brigade. Yes, as we were writing in for our council session just a couple weeks ago, we stopped by Forest City Chapter. And we stayed the night there, and they really did complain, a lot of complaints about the senior center there. They had this portion of the chapter that they had all their stuff in their computers, whatever, out in the meeting rooms. So what I'm requesting of you is that communicate with that chapter, that senior center. They're lost. They don't know what's really going on, and give them an update of what's going on with the building. And as a program supervisor, you got to oversee the senior centers, and you had to communicate with them. At this particular place, it wasn't like that. So I'll show them, give them a feedback of what's going on, help them out, open the senior center back up, because they're really pleading for that. I'll show the so next time when I'm en route riding in again, I want to eat in the senior center. I'll be on the HN. So I got during the pandemic though. I had several of your senior center from Chile Agency calling me in Kaibiko. They needed assistance with their COVID. Those special duty things. I helped them out and over the phone and internet and all that paper back and forth. You caught a year the snow on the John the Hawkish can't go. If you don't do it right, you're not going to get paid. So that's not the attitude that we should go through. These field staff put 110% of everything during COVID. And I'm one of them. I was out there in the field during COVID. And I know what my staff went through, my colleagues went through with me. And they should be treated that way. you're in that position that you are at today. So that's how the agency staff would put them all together and help them. I don't even know if all of them got their COVID pay. If they were told that, so, hey, I don't know if it's too late to request for that for them, but some of them probably retired by now. Because the people that I've talked to, some of them were ready to just retire because of the way they were being treated. Just a while ago, before you walked in, that's what I said. We need to reward our staff because they do a lot out there for us. That's all I wanted to mention, Chair. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Helena Nez the Gay. Honorable George Hope.
Yeah, hey, Mr. Thank you for having me this floor and say a few words on behalf of Senior Center. I know what goes on for those what the red tapes are, how the administration treats the staff. That's uncalled for. And I'm gonna ask you how many times since you've been here for quite a while, how many times did the director at you went to your chapter, your senior center to evaluate the program? I'd like to know that. How are you working with your administration? Are they supporting you every time you have a complaint, every time you have a recommendation? Do they provide solution for you? I live all this mission. So you as your director, just know you go out to your community as far as in the you assessment of this individual, how your program is working. I know it's not happening. Even not. Here's some of the problems. All they do is shut you up. That shouldn't be the case. That's not being good a manager. It should be all the senior centers like that. Know what we came through. All the problems the senior centers are not stuck. The staff are not, some of them supporting the senior centers. Of course, Eugene, now yes, fund-wise especially. And then your vacancy is policy. Is shaping up over. Have you recommend to your leader up here? Auto, auto insurance, the vehicle, senior center van running for most of month, just because the insurance is not updated. Good, that's one of the problems. The other one problems you guys have is the executive fresh vendor or the Kennedy give the vendor. We know the problems up here. What we see. Even food. The other one I'd like to know is the vendor from Aleo, I have a lot of people taking me. They dislike that vendor because they don't have a refrigerated van to transport these meat. By the time they leave from there, it's for Chiana and meat special. Have your supervisor, if you mentioned that to your supervisor, in the past, and you used to deal with from Albuquerque. And, they can't take it, not in education, but not in education, that you say it's skill right away. My understanding there's a warehouse in Farmington. All storage, all the food is there, I'll look at shopper. Probably someday I'll go down there and look at it. See that Blue Mountains warehouse. How did you know? Could it be that? I know that we mentioned this a long time ago. So I hope the administration are doing something. Instead of just talking about it, instead of just taking you away. And a lot of these recommendations are coming from you because you are the person down there. I'm glad you guys are here, all the 5 agents. The other one I'm gonna ask you is to promote local senior advisory council. We established the policy. We want to come back with that. Senior center elder needs to come back together and have their meeting. We're going to establish our NCOA again. I dropped the legislation, it's being worked on. Hopefully it comes out before this committee's auto efficient. Older American Act. It died lately, you know. We saw the abandoned house, the housing. They don't, we always blame on funding. We don't have plans for. We stick to our job. We don't plan for our elders, you know. So it should be policy. Yeah, that's a new trust. We go into one day you might be up here. So and all the problems can fix it, you know. But again, like I always say, it's the headaches over here. All these paperwork you process, put it all happening here. So I hope your director goes out there and checks on you. Checks on you, make sure you're okay, make sure you got senior centers and operation. Go it up, and you just don't sit at the office. We need to go out. That's why we budget a vehicle for them. Utilize those and check on your senior center. Communicate with your supervisor. Right now, I think you're the only one that's program supervisor. The rest are then still vacant, acting. They don't know. So you might be the senior or program supervisor. They should depend on you because you have that experience. I'm not anticipating for the gate. Yeah. I'm talking to me, administration, come out by a teaching skills. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'd like to have more with all the head honcho. And come together and straighten this mess. And a lot of the time, my chair always say, the record of Sleniki, over down here, the record appointees, you don't talk to the councilman. Stay away from them. But always to have problem in cases. You have to communicate. Even this never have happened before. I know. I need that program supervisor sitting there. I'm glad, right? We're talking to each other. That's the only way. They really honor that older American act. So the older American our president of it, you know what he said? I'm going to make a research on it. It kind of disappointed me. The other year is come back, so over American concern, and then we buy this, so. They buy everything one that she. It's all us responsibility. I'm not the big business. You don't even business. I put, a corner has cabbage at this, Crown Point, with them. Although ours and they supervise, they act and nothing. The July, no, so and so from White Horse Lake or Lake Valley is in charge. You know, ours, and I don't know if he's aware of it. He should go down and evaluate. That's nonsense to me. They come, our elderlies come to us. They come to us and say, Giananda. When I was a chapter president, I bought some food for them, praise for them. And later on, they find out, so you staff cannot do that. Don't go to your chapter and ask for the system. That's a nonsense. I know who said that. So even she has twitched about how come she your cut? So you see this thing good. Even my city her Tayewa is known as so I'm proud of it. I did my country, I served my time. And I served the Navajo Nation 29 years as a police officer. Even now. So Elas. Oh, this to be key. Yeah, I'm on so confident which so maybe what have this chair. Thank you.
Go ahead, thank you. With that, Mr. James Begay, I will give you the floor back to respond to the questions that were asked and comments that were made. Mr. Begay?
Yeah, I didn't die so about your concerns about Daltex program on me, that we all know what you see, and I'm glad that we're finally communicating with the oversight committee. This is how it was off the administration back. We thought they used to invite us to come over and present to you guys out of each agency. The last administration, it was very difficult. I don't know how that was used. Working for the owners of the out of the engine. And usually and there, but the care what I don't need though, I don't that one out of the I bet I need so it actually been to do that. Of course, I don't know, those kidding are there. Facilities again, the banana. Those facilities actually belong to the chapters. Of course, this office space use agreement, the communication between the chapters and senior centers is not really there. I don't the chapters represent us, and you can promote that and help us there. I don't know, you can talk to your chapter administration, the officials, and let them know that these are very important agreements that need to be in place. So that way, we'll work on these facilities. And every year, we go down about 2%, 2-3%. We go down every year. And Title III, I'm only getting 428,808. Most of that goes to food, and most of it goes to transportation. John Lay events and that we pay the monthly premium, don't mind the shot that that's the other parts and supplies and that can buy. There's some other unforeseen issue that we have with those. So we didn't budget for repairs and maintenance with this external funding. So what you see on general funds, that's the only thing that we got. Of course, issue with avant something so let's add although we cannot understand some. Of course, out on the internet, the phone, Chinley agencies, a really unique place We're right in the middle of the reservation, Conde, Pinion, Dorchester, Whippoorwill, Low Mountain, Blue Gap, Cottonwood, Odget. There's really no internet services, no landline services. So we're, the program has bought some cell phones for those senior centers on it. These kind of weathers, when the wind picks up, then there's nothing. Even not, and I think some of the chapters in that area are getting vibrant lines. So hopefully that helps. I don't the data, though, yes, we have data. It shows that how much food was served in each month. I don't the each senior center, how on and on. New person, but yeah, I guess I have that, but I didn't bring that with me. Out on the agency office, the purpose of the agency office is we provide technical assistance. Senior center division, that's the Edo. I don't know, we compile reports. Reports again, we give that to our administration in Windrock. I don't know, it's Arizona BSDR, we have a contract with them. That's our reports which they can take. So is can take reimbursement. And our reimbursement is very, very low according to some of the metropolitan areas like Flagstaff, these border towns again. And even now, you know, I think that really needs to be looked at. I don't know customer service. Customer service at any survey done beyond a few years back. So administration was just very beyond the last administration. So I don't know whatever happens to that. Those reports. I don't the Hard Rock driver. I know that that has been abolished. Before I became the PS2, then without PS2 done at night, not abolished and beyond it. Because I believe that the senior center was over at the time. But in Kadenda, I was able to take Whippoorwill's driver position because Whippoorwill doesn't have a senior center. But I took that driver position though with my HSA's approval. I just changed the work site. With that same petition number, I changed it from Whippoorwill back to Hard Rock. So Hard Rock, it will have a driver. So it got advertised with all the papers submitted. So with that, and then she on national this is can get $1 million visa. No, she budget day, yeah, though I put about 400,000 in HVAC services. So hopefully if we get that approved, we'll be able to get some new HVAC units on these buildings. Because like I said earlier, you know, some of them are more than 10 years old. But our budget day, yeah, out on the communication, the building at Forest Lake, that thing's been closed for about over 3 years. And the company that's actually renovating that, I don't think they have the money to even fix that facility. That's such a so I totally disagree with that. I think that CPMD needs to do something about those kind of contractors. It's such a because I don't have the money to buy the supplies. And also even not even now that facility is still closed. But from what I understand, the last report that I got from my supervisor from there was that they're going to reopen the facility, hopefully the end of this month or mid-September. So and then those facilities out that way, they run the water lines inside the ceilings and and we've been having water line breakage in those ceilings during the of those vents are open and there's no heating system up there. Even now, and that's what happened to Hard Rock. Water line, so it's the water line busted and you know, through the walls and so. Oh, you damage you need that, and that's where we have a contractor working on that. Out of the vacancies, again, I met with Mr. Slater a while back and I did mention this to him that maybe we have a lot of young people out there that are looking for jobs in the high school, at the hospital, young parents that. And I did recommend to him that maybe they should move the qualification down. Instead of having 3 years of driving experience, cooking experience, maybe you should only have 6 months now. You know, because it's very hard to hire people out there, like we mentioned, you know, we advertising positions that we have hardly get any applications of them. So even now, you know, maybe you guys can meet with whoever is responsible for that and, you know, recommend that to them. Although a quite she been cut off chateau, you know, because she with a and out on the food, Blue Mountain Meat, we have a contract with them. And the contract ends in 2024, I think it was.
2024, yes.
Yeah, so odd and that. And we've been obligating funds to them to buy food from them. Auto on you know, we have some art issues with them. Auto and the even when we had Noble Cisco sites, we were buying our own diesel for those trucks, and we didn't even know we were buying $5 or something like that every drop. So that was about $100 every drop. So even now, you know, we got away from them and the food prices are going up, and then we have been now we need it from government. We don't include the inflation costs. Beyond every day down every 6 months, fuel is going up. We don't include those even now. We always we have a shortfall here and there. So and that's the problem with Blue Mountain Meat funding. And I try to tell my senior centers that when they come to your senior centers, you know, have them inspect the food when they drop them there. In my agency, we only buy frozen products and dry goods from Blue Mountain Meat. Fresh produce, all dairy products. Say I have a purchase order with pinion bashes and chili bashes. So every week they senior centers of the product. So that helps. You know, we don't get fresh frozen product business Blue Mountain Meat. And hopefully I answered all your questions. So I don't answer any other ways out of this. She need the answer, you know, I don't know how she did. She need a shadow, she doesn't. We rock point down, I don't know, 6 kid. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. James Brigade for that response. With that, Honorable Curtis Nito.
Yeah, I tell you, what on in the mayor, you know, that's that though.
Yeah,
You know, James W. did,
yeah, my dad.
you know, resilience. Okay, since we're at the senior citizen question here, I have a question on the Mexican border. Under tab 9, there's, we're with Northern Agency. I don't know the Northern Agency representatives here. Is there any? Okay, but anyhow, you know, since you're talking about like food distribution, I didn't know that you guys were dealing with Blue Mountain Meat, and I know that they're expensive. And you guys ever dealt with Navajo beef?
In my tenure here with Deltex, when I came into the position, they already had a contract with Blue
That'll be just one question, and I'll have a question for you too.
Any, at this point, anything for, Honorable James Good?
Oh, well, I guess the hiring process is, like, I know that you guys have like a business unit for each budgeting. Can it be transferred to other, Arizona senior citizen departments like besides, like, you guys, Western, this is all Western, right?
This is central.
Central. Oh, okay, all right. So it can be budgeted for like other agency or not? That'll be my question to you.
I guess.
Hold on, we have procedures. Wait until you're recognized.
All right.
Does that complete your question?
Yeah, for him, then I'm gonna ask him.
Okay, we haven't gone to ShipRock agency yet.
Good.
Okay. So any other questions regarding Chinle Agency Deltex committee members? If there is none, I'd like to give some time to Mr. Lewis and then also Mr. Begay. You guys can take your time on responding.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to Delegate Simpson's question about how we're spending on Title III, just a little fun fact for you guys. I'm pretty sure Miss Delegate Navigator knows our reimbursement from Title III per meal is 97 cents. Compared to Flagstaff, $13-14 per meal. That's only our reimbursement per meal. The only reason why we're so low is because we're only getting reimbursed on the products that we buy. Say we spend $100 at Bashes. That's all we're getting reimbursed on. So again, going back to Delegate Begay, she was spearheading a training with ours to try to make that reimbursement ceiling higher for us. And again, it's going to come back from the senior centers all the way up to the top, but it's going to take a lot of training. And again, going back to the computer situation, going back to the internet situation, this is what's all needed to make that possible. And to compare it, say with the senior center and Flagstaff, the reason why their reimbursements are so high because they're accounting for personnel costs, transportation costs, office space costs, utility costs. They're putting all that into their reimbursement. But with us, every trip we go to Bashes, that's all we're accounting for. So again, like I said, we buy $100 worth of food at Bashes, that's all we're getting reimbursed on. That makes sense? We're not including transportation costs, utility costs, personnel costs. So let's say I'm a cook, I spend 4 hours on cooking meals. I would include my hourly rate times 4 hours into that meal per cost. Yes, as well as the office space where square footage of a building, $100 worth of utilities for the month. So again, I mean, we're at a disadvantage of a reimbursement again, and it all builds up to what we need at the senior center level: computers, internet, phones, et cetera, et cetera. That was all I wanted to address to Delegate Simpson's question on our spending. Okay.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Begay, any response? None? Okay.
Question.
Yeah. Okay, so with that does complete ShipRock Chinle agencies. We will move on to the next one, the Port Defiance Agency. Port Defiance Agency. So with that, thank you. You can go ahead and introduce yourself. And then if you have any questions, comments for the committee, then we'll go to them. The floor is yours.
Okay. Ja, Lucira Desideriums, ja. Nou, dan is het niet, ne? Voor de koosje was je zien, gaat net zo niet als je niet als je nada. I don't care, dan nog niet aan of zo. That here, how other one need a deal, other project now, I can't, though, yet, ain't, those shall hold up. Chain on the chin, PSP, there's not program supervisor for the 40 Clients Agency. My hire date was recently June 20th. So 30 days in over at 40 Clients. And I just want to give you a brief, maybe a little bit about what I know within that time. There's one PS2 in the 40 Clients, which is the position that I have. There's one clerk and then one office clerk. And then consider this. We do not have an office for my administrative staff. We would like to have an office. To house us. Apparently, we were in the St. Michael's office, moved over to for Defiance. But the more that I visit with my elderly during that hour, the more that I communicate with them, give them my time, they said, give us that room back. Puzzle so just for your awareness. I have 18 offices that I oversee. And then I have 9 supervisors. 18 office, I have to split my supervisors to supervise at least 2 offices. In certain instances, there's another supervisor that has another office. Okay, and then I have currently 6 cooks. And if I'm wrong, you can correct me. And then I have 7 drivers. I have 5 offices that are closed right now. That's the St. Michael's office, the St. Michael's Senior Center, Sawmill Senior Center, Nahat Senior Center, Mexican Springs Senior Center, and the Indian Wells Senior Center. And then also the Ganado. And then I have 27 vacant positions. That's including supervisors, maybe and drivers and cook or less. Here's the other thing again. I would like for you to consider reclassifying or reclassification of entry level or drivers and our cook. The reason why I'm asking that is the entry level right now is $12. McDonald's employees, they make more than that. And that's why our people don't want to apply for the positions. Then they have so much in their background, these ladies, these women. You see them cook at these and stuff like that. They have that. We have good drivers out there, but are not computer literate. So we need to do something. I need your help to do something about that. And I've asked, not once, twice, to give my employees a raise. My 2 clerks, they've been there for 27 years. 27 years at the same annual salary. Then again, I might be wrong. And then Sawmill, I visit there. Sawmill, I visit there, the senior center. I've met with chapter personnel. That building is unsafe. It was a modular building. Oh yeah, they're trying to make it into a house. It shifted. Underneath it, when I climb into the manhole or when I look down, this one's so sitting. Go days games, they in the struggle. But cut a hoya did all say the go at the Hadsland, which is nothing. Building here, it says. Nesh in nailed down that the ceiling. There has been a leak in that ceiling for a very long time. When you open the back door, it cannot open. If you have time, go visit up there.
take the time, take the initiative to go up there, look at it. The internet was on, power was not on. So Craig get but now it's shut off, just to let you know, just so that you're aware of it. The St. Michael's right now currently is being renovated. Keep on time. So they're in there, the chapter people, or whoever they contract with. They're now doing renovation on that senior center, to my awareness. But I'm gonna make a time to go out there and visit. The Indian Wells is now been re-renovated. So I just need to go make that visit and see if we can get or men back in there. Then the Ganado Senior Center, I was there last week. I've met with the council delegate and the chapter president. It's operating, the Ganado Center. They're doing sack lunches and they're doing hot meals. My supervisor there is preparing meals at the Jedito and going between back and forth with the Ganado. But what I've heard from the chapter person was that they were gonna send me a memo to move out of there, 90-day notice. Because it's failure that they've been trying to get a hold of a personnel from Beltex over, I don't know how long length of time. And then I said, I'm here, I'm visible, I'll be visible to you. Leave it open. So we're gonna give it to DES. The DES building down here has been closed for some time. Their staff were, and then the Donato Center working. But I told them, no, on Higo. The only reason why that was closed was because of a deep freezer or a big freezer. We have that. The local chapter underneath the building, there was a, they were losing heat to the building for some time. So that one's okay right now. And then the Lupton Senior Center. It's running, it's operating. But I was asked and requested to go there. The only reason behind that is that the agreement that we're supposed to be using, which you probably know and understand, the DOJ agreement. They don't know what it is. I shared this with the 40 clients too, and Lupton. Foundation is what they tell me. Then they said, a building, you don't think building that. Then I said, no, it is your building. When there's a broken window, we let you know before we do anything to the building because of this. And they said, no, it's not a building. Then I said, you need to do research and dig down all the way back to we want to serve our own elderlies. Based on that training and education needs to be provided to your local chapter officials, your council delegate. All that we asked was to help pay for the utilities. Yeah. So they asked me for an invoice, which I'm sorry, I'm having a problem. I provided that invoice. And then in that duration, the different amounts that was paid. Average is 500. Idea. Just like everyone else in this room. Everywhere.
even in our budget, we're limited. We don't have enough. And then the 45 agency, the 45 chapter house, met with Lenora to share that same form. Now we need to do a resolution and then come before the chapter. So, so I visited several chapters already in my 30 days. And then I've also met twice with the senior council. They don't say they don't have a only the dealness that don't know. Without they don't need to voice what you need to voice. Bring it to you guys' attention. What's really going on? What's really happening? They come to our senior centers. They don't want that. So it's all I voice all of this. They what on because don't what on get you in the whole feet. The Shnila, I don't training though that the stars. They don't all or entire agencies, the 5 agencies, really official on this one. And then my employees are all this. They need a refresher on food handlers. DPR that on here not all day, yeah. But I tell them, so constantly revisiting with them, and having them log in and having them update in certain grids for training. So they're doing it currently right now. I know vehicles, yeah. That put the buses in. Hashin, nice come. Hashin, not there's it. Okay, that's it was in that. What ain't this is a spending the mileage is too high. It's open not that of it. Yeah, I yobachet now eat. It's been consistently in and out of that fleet. We're paying more into that than anything. So what Albachet I not need to. And then like everyone else is saying, a team don't wish that the husband eat. We cannot have SUVs. We need the higher vehicles, higher electric vehicles to make the home deeds to visit and bring in people and drop off people. That's what we need. Recently, we got 4 Suburbans. Okay, and those first 4 Suburbans went out. And then on one of these budgets, I request for 3 more new ones because the mileage is 200,000 and really around those areas. So even now, I did that because the funds was there available. Then I saved just a little bit for that office that I need to for my staff. They thought so it's not thought sergeant and only so I don't like a measure of the different days not on. Oh, he's on. So these even now. You know, put that on the year and get don't need on. That's why we're here. How hard I jump. That's what happened. But it ain't that.
Thank you. Again, very much for that information. And so we will go ahead and take those into consideration. I believe there are questions, and I believe we are going to have a work session scheduled. Because I think it is a continuous concern and issues that have been coming up is that there's no money, there's no funding. But as of today, you have $338 million.
Yay.
$128,801 that has always been there.
Okay.
So the answer, that's what we're trying to narrow down is why do we continue to hear from staff that there is no money within the vision of you have 3 weeks to spend try to spend over $9 million because September is coming around and we have deadline and it's actually on September 15th for closeouts to happen. So it is very interesting to hear some of these stories that you guys are sharing with us. And we continue to find that we're trying to narrow down where is it that we are running into problems. But thank you again for sharing that information with us.
One other request on your.
The sales, please respect our procedures.
Oh, okay.
As the Health Education Human Service Committee, we do have procedures. This is not a regular chapter meeting where you can just pop in and start talking. The reason why is because we're recording for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will move on to the next agency, Crown Point. Do we have Delta Program Manager from Crown Point here?
Chair, we have a delegated program supervisor too.
And so, thank you again for being here from Crown Point. Please share with us anything that has not been shared with us at this point. I'm gonna have to start really ending the time frame here. We don't want to have that repeat of what has already been addressed to us. I thought that the Jehovah Ando Ben has Negi, Japan Nashia had still. Ad Mahanado, Aishi, Atopin, and Nahido, had Ishi, or what up in the Nahot, the Atopin, had Negi, Ishan, Edili. I don't want the AA, the Kado, or Topit Hadi, I don't know, I think it's living bananas, and all the So whatever, so go ahead and introduce yourself and then share the information that has not been shared with us.
Yeah, they could down to the million Chino, the starting snow actually was chino, kind of the change. So the chini that's none. I'm a delegated PST at this time. The former PST AI, he is on the extended sick leave, so I'm the next person overseeing our agency, couple agency. And there was a applicant that was applied for the position, but through the background process and everything, that individual declined, so we're back to delegated PST. So that was myself and there's another individual, we take turns being the PST for the council agency. So pretty much, I think my other supervisor PSTs, they pretty much said the words of how our agency is in their same situation too. So I don't really want to repeat their words. Another one main reason of our agency is our internet. There's like 9 senior centers without internet. So they're lacking communication with the agency staff. And that's one priority that we would need with council agency. And then there's 2 senior centers that are closed at this time. But I met with one of the closed senior centers and the chapter is willing to help reopen that senior center. Another one is Comfort Senior Center. Supposed to be remodeling the senior center. So it's up, that project is on the hands of the chapter. And my other delegated personnel aid, he's the one taking care of that project. And so right now, where me and my other delegate, we want to go to all these senior centers and try to correct the problems that they have at the senior center level. And then it's like the main is the hiring process. That's another reason. With all these vacancies, we have like, I think 18 vacancies in our agency. Mostly drivers and cooks. I think that's about it, and like I said, I don't wanna repeat what the others, ES2s have said.
All right, yeah, thank you, Cornelia, for that information. We'll go ahead and move on to the next agency, which is on 2x City. Do we have a representative from 2x City? Going once, going twice? Oh, somebody come? 2x City?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. Again, you probably heard my comment earlier. Anything that we haven't heard, if you can share that with us. If you want to introduce yourself, that's totally up to you as well.
Yeah, actually, Terry McCabe, Michelle. The 5 p.m. on that means some addition. Okay. Just like they said, we have the same problems as they do. It hasn't been addressed. We have issues that has been going on for years. Meaning that we have the HVAC in our budget. We only have $150 for 13 senior centers. That's not going to even cover one HVAC. No, it's kind of hard that we are doing these budgets and we don't have enough. We ask for funding, we ask for assistance. But it is hard. I oversee 13 senior centers. All of them are still open. I have 3 satellites. I should have 4, but one of them was shut down on me. Each of those senior centers, they have their own issue. Yes, we should work with the chapter as you see that paperwork that was sent. I'm a delegate at PS2 and I still have to oversee 2 senior centers. I still have to do the reports for them. I'm strict them too. I go to Lichi, at least I'm gonna be honest with you here. The Lichi chapter and Tuba City chapter. Great people to live with. I have problems, I go to them, I talk to them. They come and they assist me. I had to get a new refrigerator for the Chi. My chapter manager from the Chi issue. Within 2 weeks, she helped me. Tuba City. In all honesty, I don't need any help there because I'm getting a new building. I have staff that complain about their refrigerator or freezer or, their HVAC. I advise them, go to your seniors or go to your chapter. See if they can assist you. But they don't. In all honesty, it's your relationship with your chapter. The personality between the chapter and my supervisors are not there. They're not coming forth saying, okay, I have this problem. I will try to solve it this way. I try to resolve it with them. And which one I did. Yenta, the refrigerator broke down during a storm. All the meat were destroyed. They didn't have a freezer. I asked her, can you please go to your chapter and ask them if they can assist you for now? If you can borrow their refrigerator to, restock. We have the money for food. And what does she do? She goes and asks the chapter if she wants money for food. The chapter turned around, came back at me and said, why is she asking for food? In all honesty, I said, I didn't ask her to ask you for food. I asked you if you guys can assist some way in getting a freezer so we can restock your food. The next day, or that day, she goes, I'll talk to my chapter president. The next day, she got a donated refrigerator, freezer. It's the way we talk to one another, the way my supervisors and the chapters talk to one another. That's my biggest issue there. You know, our budget's the way it is. I should have 47 staff. I have 13 vacancies. And it is hard to find people to apply for this position. I did a research. I did the wages for the state. States like what? $13, $14. You want to know what Navajo Nation wages is? $7.50. That was a shock to me. So it has to balance out here. Assist asking for an assistant is a big priority for us.
Okay, thank you, my dear. Thank you for that information. With that, we will move on to the next one, which is SHPRA. SHPRA. We do have your budget before us as well, so we can reference back to that. The floor is yours, SHPRA agency.
Good afternoon. Say the best. SHPRA. Yate, Shea Donovan, and Shadow can be cheating, so I see the buses cheating. Na Kainenda to Chado, the Canada Shinale, Ado, Cartiginas, Adena, Shadow, Adeshavan. Ado Natani, Ministry Program Supervisor to IGA. I am delegate sent February of 2022. So SHPRA agency has 15 senior centers. We're very unique because we have senior centers in Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. We have 10 centers in New Mexico, 3 in Arizona, and 2 in Utah. We currently have 31 staff with 8 vacancies. At our agency office, there's just the program supervisor, 2, the senior office specialist, and also the foster grandparent volunteer. We don't have the luxury of having an accountant and a stat tech like other agencies, but we are able to manage and spend. SHPRA has a current balance or has a budget of $3.5 million. And that includes general funds, our Title III funds, and our House Bill funds. We have 2 senior centers that are closed because of OEH deficiencies. And I feel like 2 of our challenges over in SHPRA is procurement, how we buy stuff. We're senior centers, we provide services to our elderly, we need pots, pans, dishes, spoons, rags. And we would have to obtain 3 price quotes for those little bitty items, and it's time consuming. So then we would put our packet together, our 3 price codes, our justification, our PRs. We send it over to Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis signs off on it, comes back to our office. Then we have to go through the 6 bureau out into the Navajo Nation system. That again takes about 1 to 2 months. By that time, our quotes are expired again. So they say you have to go back and get quotes again. So that time frame in buying stuff is ridiculous. We lost a lot of money to New Mexico House Bill 2 because of that. We had 15 PRs that were sitting at someone's assigned, and that person had left the program. So that 15 PRs just sat there, and we tried to ask them to move it over to Mr. Lewis so it could be approved. It never got done. June 30th came, we lost all that money. The next one is service contracts. Anytime a vendor comes into the senior center, a service contract needs to be in place. This is for HVAC system, pest control, ANSL system, electrical work. And that has to go through the 164 review. I started one in January. It got stuck at Attorney General in April, and the funding was going to expire in June. And I lost all that money then because, there were questions about the service contract and da. So that's why I had 2 senior centers that are closed because of service contract. I need them to go in to do electrical work. I need them to go in to fix and repair the ANSI system. That needs a service contract. So my goal this year is to reopen those 2 senior centers. I have Cove Senior Center and 2 Great Hills Senior Centers that are closed. Another goal I have this year is I want to spend as much money as I can. Shiprock, we've been buying cooking stoves, refrigerator, freezers, KitchenAid mixers. We're supposed to go to Gallup today to pick up vacuum cleaners, shop vacs. We recently got 4 new Suburbans from the state of New Mexico. So the drivers won't have any excuse to having dirty vehicles. They're going to have shop vacs to be able to clean these vehicles. Our agency is good. I have my budget all over in the conference room. So there's no excuse for anybody to say that we have no money. This is the whiteboard in our conference room, and I have listed all of our budgets. It's available to my staff. They know how much money is available for what. Activities. We did a retreat and a wellness conference for Shiprock staff over at Twin Arrows. I really felt that it was important for our staff to be rewarded and to be recognized. We went through COVID, they worked through COVID. There was no relief for our staff. So when we went to this conference, we talked about grief. We lost loved ones, we lost elderlies, and we continue to work. So this conference brought some sort of relief. We did yoga, we did just activities to get these staff back on their feet and excited to continue to work. We did an Older American Month celebration over at one senior center. We served about 350 people. We had resources come out to do presentation, and these elderlies love to dance. We could do song and dance from 8 to 5 and they wouldn't get tired. It's part of exercise. Elderly were out there dancing. We just came back from a camping trip last week. We took 5 senior centers to Haviland Lake in Colorado. We bought all the meals. They had dinner, they had breakfast, they went fishing. And then on that Friday, we had a picnic in Durango for the ones that didn't want to go camping. And we had 9 senior centers come out to our picnic. We grilled pork chops, steaks, and it was good to see the elderlies out there happy, fellowshipping with other senior centers. And I think that's what they really enjoyed most. One elderly even asked, "Can you take us to Laughlin?" And I was like, "What's in Laughlin?" And she goes like this. She says, "It's exercising, It's exercising,
So I really enjoy my work. I never knew that I would be in this position. When I first applied for this job, it was for a supervisor's position in Red Mesa. And I didn't know the program. I knew at this whole Deltex. And so I came into the program, my supervisor left. The then HSA had been, delegated me into this position. I kept telling her, no, I'm the rookie. You have veteran supervisors that are here. Why not them? So, but I've enjoyed it, and I'm thankful for her for seeing whatever it was that she saw in me. And I'm one of those active PS2s. I'm out there. I go to events. I talk to elderlies, and I really enjoyed my job. And thank you, council delegate, for giving us money to keep our program. And Shiprock is spending. I would like more money so we could do more activities. But those are just the only two problems I have, is the pyramid and then the service contract. And thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you, Executive Director, for having me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. With that, committee members, are there any questions pertaining to Port Defiance Agency, Crown Point, 2 by City, and Shiprock? Honorable Curtis Unito.
I got a question. Thanks for representing Northern Agency. That's what my chapter is from. My chapters are with T-Nasbos and Watercon, Red Mesa, and Mexican Water. I'm looking at this budget right here that you guys have here on your tab 9. On here, it says that, like Mexican Water, it has like employment ID. It has a number on there, 13, 59, 49, which we don't even have we don't, our facility is not even open. It should say vacancy. And then just like the creek in the cook position, Mexican Water says vacant. Should be like that. And then down at your drivers, it's the same way too. We don't even have a driver either. And I don't know how this thing is proposed. And we have the facility, yes. And then we got all the refrigerators and everything just ready to go for an operation. And then we have a food bank that comes there. They'll be, everybody's saying, hey, we just need a cook, and we can utilize this because we're working with the state of Utah. And then Utah are willing to, deliver what's needed there, because there's some issues about junk food and so forth, and that's not allowed to take it into our Utah chapters. And so we have a provider of food. And then, I was thinking about, dealing with the Navajo that's life was support them than Blue Mountain, because Blue Mountain is more expensive. I don't know if you guys put this proposal together or these guys. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Helena Nesbitt.
Oh, yeah, Nana, I don't the PS2s and the delegated PS2s either. Thank you for doing what you're doing out there for our staff and for our elders. And you have to have your heart for the elders to do what you're doing. I don't hear for sharing the story of the camp out. I remember camping out with our elders by Flagstaff, outside of Flagstaff. We used to spend a whole week just camping out with them. And Director Thomas Cody, she used to put that up for us. Today we don't even do that anymore. She was a supervisor for Kent Luke Senior Center at that time, and we had a lot of fun. And that's where I never used to know how to social song and dance until I came to work for Delta. and that's our elders, your, you done that to dance, we love to dance. I call what's that, don't and you were advocating for the HVAC for all of you. So we've been talking about that and hopefully this 6 feet, we could change that too. And I know the process of that and it's really frustrating. They just our budget and OMB, they're just sitting right here. And it takes a long process for just a call on the order that you you could just walk it through anything there. It didn't take that long of a process for our budgets to be approved and we could get something right away. They don't add on, it's really frustrating out there in the field. I'll call the issue, we're will somehow address that too. So being your chair, so Dr. Andy Naz, you quite the house coming the I call, I know we'll address this and it's a long process. I know you just get a phone call and tell you get over here, but I know that feeling. So that I know how that is. So, and I feel for Tuba City for driving probably at 90 miles an hour just to get here. So they'll crop ship crop too. So of course, young people dish so dish the buildings go also the chapter but has flashing chapter officials on long on it and has that's AD the you see how if you check out that she's going maybe invite them over for lunch at times, that way they know what's going on in the senior center. And that way you can address your issues, invite them for your council meetings, your local senior council meetings. I wanted to say that much to you guys, and I know we had an accounting at each agency at one time, and then they took those positions away from us. We have about maybe 2 years ago, we got that's around their accounting. We did suffer without no accounting during that time. So I didn't get accounting. How long do that? Lorraine, Johan said that people city that when you count as accountant in there. So of course, I just and thank you and for all you do and for work with your staff really good. They do a lot for you guys out there in the field. And that's all I wanted to share, and I'll give the floor back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Helena Nesbitt. With that, Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to ask the administration, also all the 5HC. Can you give me the price? Is that all of it? Yeah, and then see what I can ask the council for some money. So if we can have that by next week, I would appreciate see what I can do. At least as the nomination. The big Chair, any other people, I want to make a motion widely. I believe there were 22 big lots on over there at the so I wanted to make a motion of legislative concern. Have the staff to read the proposed. Chair.
Okay, Thank you, Honorable George Toth. With that, I believe if we can hold off on the motion first. I believe Honorable Dr. Andy Nance has some questions. Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
Thank you, Chair, Shade, and I also have several amendments as well, as far as legislative concern goes. But I'll allow Mr. Bolton first. But my question is to 14 Clients Agency, and thank you for presenting such a good budget, but also a good presentation as well. But to 14 Clients Agency, my name is Andy Neds. I'm currently the sitting delegate for 14 Clients Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. And so it's good to meet you. I haven't formally in person met you until today, but I just wanted to get an update regarding the CJN 4823 regarding the food supplies that 14 Clients Agency requested. I know there was some budget transfers that needed to occur, and I'm not sure what the current status is of that. This CJN 4823 was what was passed by a nomination council back in early June. And then the second question is I do support our elders at 14 Clients Senior Center that the administration does need a vacate, unfortunately, because I understand both ends that space is pretty limited around Winter Rock. And I know they've housed the administration there for quite some time. But when I go and visit our seniors, they're usually just sitting in the hallways or they're just kind of waiting in the dining hall. But that space towards the back on the far north south side really would allow them to do a lot more as far as activities and stuff. We've also talked about transitioning several of those rooms inside that building to be space in the case of an emergency. There are families that come from Blue Canyon area where heavy rainstorms probably here soon with the monsoon season. They do need a place to stay, and some of those rooms I think we can really use them to house our elderly who need it in the event that snowstorms and monsoon season occurs. And then with Sawmill, one of the things that we're working towards is a meeting with Navajo HEHSC to extend a wing with the existing facility now. They were up for a new building, but after they received their assessment, it appears that there's just like a few minor touch-ups, which is quite surprising because that building is like 70 years old. But it's also, I think engineering back in the day was a lot better than it is today. Same with vehicles, that's why you see like lasting GMC and Chevy vehicles now, but the new ones they won't survive on our roads. But I just wanted to update those and then just ask that one specific question, and I look forward to working with it. So like that, thank you for accepting this position and look forward to working with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance. And then on top of that, I think I'm the last one that will make a comment to each and every one of you guys as overseeing the agencies as program managers too, and delegated as program managers too. And so with that, I know we have a big concerns and issues regarding the vacant. Vacant has been a big issue across the board. And at this point in time, we've been trying to work with the Department of Personnel Management, and we're trying to figure out how we can streamline the process of the hiring process. And that first step that we have done at this point is the background check. And so you know that we had to wait to get the clearance for background check, but we put in that provision that they can get hired on within that 90 days, get a completed 90 days background check. When that 90 days does come, and if they're not cleared within the background check, then they are automatically terminated. And so we did that part at this point in time. We are also trying to resolve the matter of how we can move forward with addressing the minimum wage. Now we are doing that in 3 phases, as for phase 1, we are addressing it as just the Navajo Nation positions and concentrating on the Navajo Nation positions only. Because we do have small businesses out there that are concerned, that have issues with addressing and moving and matching the Arizona state minimum wage. They are saying, those small business owners are saying, you know, we don't have that kind of funding, or are we gonna get that kind of funding? And that's what's coming, what has come down to where we just broke up the minimum wages in phases. So with that, we did drop legislation to address this, the Navajo Nation positions for the minimum wage. And I wanted to inform you of that, but we will continue to work with Department of Personnel Management. At the same time, the third thing that we're trying to do to address this vacant and hiring issues and concern is to bring in a database to where you have access added at your division, at your department. And we are trying to streamline it to where there's hardly any paperwork involved, where all the hiring process will happen online. And we're working with the software company at this point in time to address and insert those kind of information that would be needed to be hired or to move on into the process of getting hired. So that is in the works as well. And so I wanted to share that with you. On top of that, I know it's a big concern and issue, again, across the board for all of the departments, which are vehicles. We have major concerns and issues about vehicles. Is this not Deltex? Is this not the Division of Health? Is this across the board? We have law enforcement that have issues with their vehicles as well. They're up there in the high mileage as well. We have each departments, each divisions that have high mileage on their vehicles. And so the other day, Tuesday, we did approve another legislation to purchase 45 more vehicles. And so that is going, majority of that's going to law enforcement, and majority of that, the rest is also going to Office of President and Vice President. And so we are working in the progress of trying to obtain as many new vehicles we can to assist with services that needs to be provided at the Navajo Nation, at the local level. So I wanted to explain that to you and inform you of that. Other than that, thank you for sharing the training. Like I stated, I really don't know why, as staff of Division of Human Resource, we always intend to say that we are told there's no money. You do have money. It's just in a matter of who is taking control of that funding. And so as of now, as of today, you have $338 million. That is a lot of money that's sitting there for anybody from Division of Health to say that we are told we have no money. That's a lot of funding that's sitting there. On top of that, on today, as of today, you, regarding your general funds, you have a balance of $9,751,674.65. That needs to be spent within the next month or so, because your deadlines are coming up, and that will be September 15. After September 15, you are well aware that the closeout reports happens after that. And so you have money. So I don't understand why we always have staff say that we don't have money. We have no money to spend. On top of that, it was very interesting to also hear that 221,000 approximately was reverted back to the state of New Mexico out of $1.7 million. And if we're stating that we have no money, then why are we sending funding back to the state of New Mexico? For the state of Arizona, about approximately $1.5 million was sent back to the state of Arizona out of $3.5 million. So again, there was funding there and there was funding sent back. We don't have a detailed budget amount of how much was reverted back to the federal government at this point. But we do are planning on scheduling a work session with Division of Health regarding external funds and to see where all the hiccup is and the hookup is in. And my only concern is, did you do this budget? Did you guys create the budgets as program managers too, that is here before us? And it just didn't, with you guys providing the information, it seemed like you guys did not do this budget that is before us. It was done for you guys. Because there is a couple of you guys that indicated HVAC, and let me use you as 2x City. You indicated HVAC, but for 2x City's budget, there is no money for repairs and maintenance in this budget. But hearing from you, as 2x City, you indicated that you have concerns and issues with HVACs. So why do we have a zero number for repairs and maintenance under the general funds? And then when I start looking at the external funds, there's a big amount of repairs and maintenance under Delta's again. And so I think it's just in a matter of coming together and trying to figure out where are these fundings actually sitting? What is the hookup? What is the problem? Why are we not spending this funding? And I think a lot of that will cover the supplies, the training, and then the no money issues, the HVAC issues, the equipment issues, your pots and your rags and all of that. I think that will resolve that matter as we try to narrow down what is the actual problem. Why is it that you're not using the funding? Why is it not being spent? Again, being proactive, I think with your intergovernmental office-based agreement, if we could work with our division directors, your division director here, Ms. Russell, there is some option of probably recommending a subrecipient agreement, working with certified chapters to expedite some of this funding for you guys. If the issues are really the 164 review process, if the issues are really the 3 quotes that take forever, and makes the whole process very uneven, like Mr. Lewis has indicated, you have different fiscal years that you work with, depending on the state, and then depending on the stakeholders. You have federal fundings, you have the state funding, you have the Navajo Nation fundings. All 3 of them have different fiscal year start date and different fiscal year ending. And so that's another very unique piece that needs to be addressed as well. But again, I'd like to end it with that and appreciate your time of being here and providing the information to the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. And I hope next year the budget will be a different process to where you are doing it from the local level. You all coming together to address your local needs. That way you know your budget, what you have in your budget, and not have it up here at the high central management team doing it for you. So thank you very much. God bless you. I know you probably purchase things on your own out of your own pocket. I know you probably do things before 8 a.m., do things after 5 p.m. That goes for everybody across the board for Division of Health. I know we go through it all the time. I was once an employee of the Navajo Nation, and so that's how I know myself. And so please continue to take care of yourself, because you need to take care of yourself first before you can provide those services out to our elderlies, to our Navajo families and children throughout the Navajo Nation. So again, thank you very much. You are hereby excused. Again, it's Father. Thank you. So with that, I will go back over to Honorable Don George Tolt. He makes a motion. He made a motion earlier, and that was to read the legislative concern directive that has been issued and provided to us by our legal counsel. And that is for business unit number 1130110. Business unit number 1130118. and contract number not in 01528. That is under Deltex Administration Gap. By the way, Deltex. Ienta. And so the legislative concern can be read into the record. Ms. Canali, if you can assist us. And then read the legislative concern, was, made a motion, a motion was made, so with that, we'll give you the floor to read that legislative concern for business unit number, 113-010, 113-018, contract number N01528. The very last one, yes, the last one, the other six, no.
This one first.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your legislative concerns for the Navajo Department of Health. And it's for business unit number 113010 and 113018 and N01528. And it's for Deltex, DALTCF, the administration, Bodaway Gap, OPHFC, Deltex, Kianta. The legislative concern is the executive director of Navajo Department of Health shall prioritize hiring vacant positions as needed to improve the program performance assessment score for Deltex administration business unit number 113010, Bodaway Gap / OPFCH business unit number 113018 and Deltex Kianta business unit number N01528. The executive director shall provide progress reports to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee orally and in writing at the end of the first, second, and third quarters of FY 2024. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And the motion was made by Honorable George Toll. Committee members, do I have a second? Second made by Honorable Curtis Unito. Committee members, do we have any questions in regards to this legislative concern? Going twice, 3 times. With that, roll call vote. Honorable George Toll.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Unito.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nez Begay.
Green.
With that, we do have 5 in favor and chair not voting. So with that, with this legislative concern, it has been adopted with 5 in favor and 0 opposed and chair not voting. With that, moving on to the next item, which is Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. He does have the first one here before us, and his motion is going to be regarding business unit number 11301 and 812003. So that will be the first one, which will be the top one. If we can get that read into the record as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your business unit number 113001 and 812003. The Navajo Department of Health Administration Motor Vehicle Review Board, BTS Fleet Management. The NDOH administration shall collaborate with the Motor Vehicle Review Board and BTS Fleet Management to prepare a vehicle replacement plan for all senior citizen centers. All senior citizen centers to address all weather off-road conditions to provide adequate and reliable transportation services to Navajo elders. The executive director of NDOH shall present a project update to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, both oral and in writing, by the end of this quarter of fiscal year 2024. The executive director of NDOH shall present the completed plan to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again, Shima, for reading that into the record. Motion made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, and then second by Honorable Curtis Unito. Are there any questions, committee members?
No.
Going twice, 3 times, roll call vote for this legislative concern that was read into the record. Honorable George Toll.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Unito.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Nance. Honorable Helena Nesbegay.
Green.
With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, motion carries. Moving on to the second one, which is business unit number 113001. NDOH Administration.
Mr. Chair, you have your third legislative concern for the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. It regards business unit number 113001, the Navajo Department of Health Administration. The Executive Director of NDOH shall report to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee on the procedures for enrolled Navajo Nation members who are receiving state assistance from the Medicaid, Medicare, or other sources to apply for bathroom additions and the renovations for from state agencies. The Executive Director shall provide an updated report to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, both oral and in writing by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2024, and a completed report by the end of the second quarter. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nance, and then second by Curtis Yanito. Committee members, do we have any questions in regards to the third legislative concern? Going twice, going 3 times, there is none. Honorable George Toth.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Yanito.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay.
Agree.
With that, the motion does carry with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, moving on to the next one, which is business unit 113001 and 113010. That is NDOH Administration and Deltex staff.
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your fourth legislative concern regarding the Navajo Department of Health budget. You have your business unit number 113001 and 113010. It's for NDOH Administration and Deltex. The Executive Director of NDOH and Deltex Program Manager shall continue to negotiate with the U.S. HEHSC/ACL and the states of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah regarding the updated federal pass-through funding for recent cost increase, which include inflation and eligible population increases. The Executive Director of NDOH shall present a complete report for both oral and in writing to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the second quarter of FY 2024. The Executive Director for NDOH shall present a progress report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, both oral and in writing to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Benali. Motion made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Do I have a second? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Any questions, committee members? Going twice, 3 times. Honorable George Toth.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Yanito.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Honorable Begay. So with that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. And so with that, the motion does carry. All right, moving on to the 5th legislative concern, which is business unit number 113001, NDOH Administration. Jamal.
Madam Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your 5th legislative concern for the Navajo Department of Health budget. You have your business unit number 113001, the Navajo Department of Health Administration. The Executive Director of NDOH shall access all NDOH computer equipment and software needs with priority to NDOH programs that are required to report to state agencies such as Deltex. The Executive Director shall report on its assessment to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, both oral and in writing by the end of the first quarter of FY 2024. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for reading that into the record. With that, I have a motion by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Do I have a second? Honorable George Toth. Any questions? Going twice, 3 times, no questions. Roll call vote. Honorable George Toth.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Yanito is excused. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Here.
Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Helena Nez Begay.
Three.
With that, we do have four in favor, one excused, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, we do have the 5 legislative concern, all in place. And then also, we will have a directive, that will be coming, to Department of Health as well. And that will be that the Health, Education, Human Service Committee has oversight authority of the Navajo Department of Health. The Health, Education, Human Service Committee, HEHSC, pursuant to the Navajo Nation Code 2NC, is authorized to issue directives to the division within its oversight authority. On August 17, 2023, HEHSC voted to approve a directive to the Navajo Nation Department of Health. The approved directive is as follows. Directives to the Department of Health. The Navajo Department of Health is directed to provide oral and written reports to the Health, Education, Human Service Committee on the progress of its legislative concern approved in the comprehensive budget for the fiscal year 2023 as listed in the OMB FYI budget report. Tab E by the end of the 4th quarter of fiscal year 2024. So that will be a directive, that a memorandum that will be coming to you, Division Director, Ms. Kim Russell. And I just wanted to read that into the record for you as well. So with that, do I have a motion in regards to this directive? Motion made by Don George Toth and second by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Any questions in regards to the directive memorandum? Twice, going 3 times. With that, roll call vote. Honorable George Toth.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Nito is excused. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Three.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nez Begay.
Three.
With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 excused, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. That the motion carries, and we will go ahead and send that directive over to Division Director, Ms. Kim Russell. With that, we are back on to legislation number 0180-23. Committee members, are there any other amendments? Any other legislative concern, any other directive letters? If there is none, we do have some corrections that I believe that we had raised earlier regarding to legislation number 0180-23 exhibits and the budget forms that have been attached. So with that, I will go ahead and give the floor over to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, we got OMB's blessing on 2 business units as of today. That would be business unit 11-30110. The new budget form, which consists of the general funds as well as of our external. So the way what you guys see in your binder, it's separated from general funds, and then when you go back to the end of the binder, it shows our external. But now this package shows all in one. So our general funds and our external are in one packet. This was gonna invite OMB how they wanted to be set up. So that would be Daltex, business unit 113010. And that goes for the same for business unit 113005. Now the Environment Health and Protection Program. Same concept, general funds and external are in one packet, and it shows here. And then you see the other attachments. So these can be replaced in the binders. For those 2 businesses. We're still working on NUH executive 113001. It's gonna be the same concept. I'm hoping by the end of the day or first thing in the morning, we can have it. But Ms. Jan James is working on it as well. So this would be that as well.
Okay, let's see, right. It's Christine Lowe still on the line? I don't know if we should insert this at Navi or just insert it here, but you still have one that's being worked on, correct?
Exactly, exactly, WH executive, business unit 113001. I guess, I would take your suggestion and introduce it.
Ms. Lowe? Can you hear me?
I'm here, Chair.
Okay, we have some corrections, to, business unit number 113010, and we have the packet here before us. And then we also have business unit number 113005. That have some corrections to it. That is also here before us. And then we have a third one that's coming, but we don't have that hard copy. What is your advisor for us on to move forward? Do we take care of this at Navigia or should we take care of it here?
Thank you, Chair. So for the ones that you have the information in front of you, if that is going to be a change, so anything the committee does has to get recorded on Exhibit B. If it's going to be a change in, if it's going to be a change to, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. So let me start over again. Is this going to change Exhibit A? Or is it just changing the budget, the information in the binders?
It's the information. It's just the information, if I am correct. And it's just restructured. It's the numbers did not change.
Okay, so in that case, the program can just make the changes in the binders, and we don't need to, the committee does not need to motion because if the exhibits are not going to change. It's just at this point, it's just for informational purposes, and they can just provide the updated information in the binders when they go in front of BNF.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair.
All right, then thank you for that clarification. So with that, we will just update this restructure document right before we get to budget and finance. Since the numbers are not changing, the budget's not changing anywhere. So with that, we'll just insert this new restructure before we get to budget and finance. So with that, Ms. Benali?
Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee, NDOH might provide BNF with this document inserted. I'm sure it's all correct.
Okay.
So it's consistent. Thank you. And I believe that they're gonna need about 12 binders for BNF before they go before BNF.
Okay. So we'll just take the second copy and then we'll take the second copy and then we'll insert it in our binders here.
This is for what? For
The second one.
the second.
The second one, which
Okay.
So you have to prepare 12 binders.
second one, 113005 is the business meeting.
Yeah.
So that would
So the
replace
changes that you guys made.
business unit number 113005.
BNF, so, yeah.
I was just ready to approve the budget. Well, I mean, not approve, but vote on it. I lost form. Okay. So with that, we do have quorum. So with that, we will move back to legislation number 0180. And we will do the second reading. And then we will go to voting on the budget. Motion was made by Honorable Curtis Nito. Honorable, and second was Honorable Helena Nesbitt. So with that, Ms. Denali, Shimon, can you do the second reading for legislation number 0180-23?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have, for, legislation number 0180-23. It is the, FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health. And the, committee has, passed, the five legislative concerns, and they were previously read into record. And, the first one was, you want me to read them all over again? I can. Okay. Okay, the first one was for 113010, 113018, and number 1528, the Baltic Administration, Waterway Gap, and Kianta. Legislative concern, executive director for NDO shall prioritize hiring vacant positions as needed to improve program performance assessment scores. And it is regarding the Deltex. The second legislative concern is for 113001, 812003. The NDOH Administration Motor Vehicle Review Board and DGS Fleet Management. The NDOH Administration shall collaborate with the Motor Vehicle Review Board and the DGS Fleet Management to prepare a vehicle replacement for all senior citizen centers to address all weather off-road conditions, to provide adequate and reliable transportation services now for elders. And the third legislative concern is for 113001 NDOH Administration. The executive director shall report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of procedures of enrolled Navajo Nation members who receive state assistance from Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare, or other sources for bathroom additions and renovations from state agencies. And the fourth legislative concern from the committee is 113001 and 113010. The NDOH Administration and Daltex Executive Director at the NDOH and Daltex Program Director or Program Manager shall continue negotiating with HEHSC, SBL, and the states of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah regarding the updating federal pass-through funding for recent cost increases, which include inflation and eligible population increases. The fifth legislative concern is with business unit number 113001 and DOH Administration. The executive director of NDOH shall access all NDOH computer equipment and software needs with priority for NDOH programs such as Daltex that require to report to state agencies. The executive director shall report on its assessment to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee both orally and in writing by the end of the first quarter of FY 2024. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And so with that, we do have a motion was made by Honorable Curtis Nito, and then second that was made by Honorable Helena Nesbitt. So with that, if there's no other questions to legislation number 0180-23, going twice, 3 times. So with that, roll call vote to on legislation number 0180-23. Honorable George Toth.
Green, sir.
Honorable Curtis Nito is excused. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nesbitt.
I vote green.
With that, we do have 4 in favor, 1 excused, which is Honorable Curtis Nito, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. So with that, it is hereby passed that legislation number 0180-23 has been adopted by the Health, Education, Human Service Committee, and we'll move on to Budget and Finance. And that was it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Second, I'm just closing the mark for that.
Before that, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, that the NDOH could provide the form Exhibit B and indicated, I think it was the third column C, and then if you could fill it out on what the committee had approved. It should mirror what you put in column B. And if you could email it to us right away, we need to attach that to the committee's resolution. And then that'll go on to,
Okay.
but we can't do anything until we get that form, updated by NDOH. But they could do that this afternoon, we'll get on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alpinelli, for that. So you got it, right?
Exhibit D, right?
B, as in boy.
You got, yes. Yes, understood. Okay. So with that, Ms. Russell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. And members of the committee, thank you for this session. I really appreciate the length of time we're able to talk today. And thank you for asking for some of the staff to talk to you directly as well. One thing I do want to say is, I'm pulling this team together. I recognize a lot of talented people that work for us, a lot of committed people that work for us. We are a slim group, where we have a lot of vacancies, but we're working towards building a really strong Department of Health, and I think we can do that. With your assistance, I was really thankful for just more conversation around the budget, right? So thank you for that. And I look forward to working with all of you moving forward so that we can kind of get out of this stabilization stage, right? Because I have a lot of other things I'd like to work on. Delegate Simonson has an issue we'd like to work on, Delegate Slavin has a lot of other issues. I want to get past this stabilization stage, sort of for good, right? So we can do more than just correcting some of the problems we had that goes back years. But I recognize that these issues are years, decades long. There's systems in place that need to be corrected. But systems are people, right? These systems are made out of people. And so we're Department of Health, we're going to pull together to become a department that can really provide service. And we're pulling together. I look forward to working with you. If there are other ways we can meet more frequently, I will continue as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, with that, moving on to the next item number 5, which is close of meeting, announcement and adjournment. Our next meeting is August 21st, regular meeting in Tuba City, Arizona. And then our next meeting is August 28th, regular meeting in Window Rock, Arizona. So with that, that's the only announcements we have besides Napakiatkit. So once we are done here, we're all going back up to council chambers to start the Napakiatkit meeting. So so other than that, if there's any other announcements, anybody? No one? So with that, I will call for a motion to adjourn here at 3:17 PM. Do I have a motion? Honorable George Toth. Do I have a second? The motion at to adjourn at 3:17 PM. Committee members, Honorable Helena Nesbitt. So with that, roll call, any questions to adjourn? Going twice, 3 times, no questions. Honorable George Toth. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Green.
So with that, Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Helena Nesbitt.
Oh, green.
So with that, we have 4 in favor, 1 excused, which is Honorable Curtis Anito, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. We are hereby adjourned at 3:17 PM. Thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you again, Division of Health, for hosting us and then providing all the information and the response. Again, congratulations to each and every one of your employees and to the Division of Health. Yeah, thank you.